Good evening, everybody. Today is Sunday, the 6th of August, and we've come together because we're having another pyramid talk. We talked last week quite a lot about the pyramids, and Angel's come back, and we've got artists talking about the pyramids. So first of all, I'll just explain that we've got artists from Germany, we've got Chris from Canada, from America, we've got Matt from America, Ceres from Holland, and Patricia from the UK, and me from the UK. Hello, guys.
Hey.
Hello.
Really positive feedback last week about the pyramid talk, and people didn't want to wait another week to have another one. Quite deep into pyramids, didn't we, last week?
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
Chris, you put a few more pictures out on Facebook, didn't you, this week about pyramids?
Yeah, I've been trying to follow up on that and a couple other things just to dig into it a little bit more. And so I was looking at it from the electrical side of it, and refraction and hydrogen, the frequencies of refraction of hydrogen and pressures that might develop, and wave signs through tunnels that would make the ripples, and everything that Angel was showing us. And since we kind of confirmed that there's no evidence of a check valve, pressure stone or block stone, but so just to take it from a different angle to see how the pressures might work with the gases and functionality of the whole thing.
So what did you make of that then?
It's complex, but I definitely think what Angel's talking about is certainly a feasible use of the pyramids. For a form of, I'm not exactly sure how it works yet, but I'm still looking at it. But for some form of hydrolysis and electrolysis to separate hydrogen and gases, and multifunctional, I think, for sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hydrogen
Do
being
you agree with that then, Angel? Oh, sorry, Chris. Carry on.
I'm just going to ask Angel too. I think hydrogen would probably be the primary use, some form of electrolysis to split hydrogen and water, or water into hydrogen and oxygen, and then separate the gases by weight and pressure. There's one other thing I was looking at that maybe Angel could give me his opinion on, was would there potentially be enough pressure, since the pyramids were so huge, but would there be enough pressure built up, I think, to maybe actually solidify hydrogen? Because if you put enough pressure on it, you can turn hydrogen into a solid metal. It'll actually turn from the gas back into a metal halide type of superconducting crystal. I was just curious what you might think about that.
Well, the way I read the system, and I'm actually guessing because of how I understand things to be working, is in the upper section it comes out primarily as a steam, which would then condensate, and in condensation would actually lose density. So I think in the lower section it's actually slightly less than normal air pressure, the 14.7 pounds per square inch or whatever air pressure is. Just like if you were to take hot water, like fill a 2-liter bottle about 25% full of hot water, shake it, put the top on it, shake it, let the let the pressure out, and then seal it, and just let it sit there. That 2-liter bottle will crush itself as the steam air in there condensates and drops the pressure. I think that the same thing would be happening in the lower section, because that's where there's no heat being applied, so it will be cooling and condensating. So I think it's actually negative pressure, not positive pressure. But this is where I'd love people to look at the system as I see it, correct me where they think I'm wrong, and physical science is physical science.
Yeah.
it will win out.
What signs of heating do you think is present in the photographs and stuff that you looked at?
Well, there's
evidence of that
the
type of heat.
signs.
I know
The
hydrogen.
signs of heating.
Hydrogen. Yeah.
The only signs of heat that I know, I don't have it, is if you look at when standing in the Grand Gallery looking in the hallway down the King's Chamber, there's charring to the side and there's charring above the roof above you. And I believe that because that opening that we're looking at is really kind of like a blowtorch coming out of there. Again, that's how I read the system, and the evidence of scarring is there. So I kind of think I'm right. And again, when you look at the whole system, I'd love to be shown where I'm wrong, because
Lost
8 billion people on the planet.
Oh dear. What's happening there?
Oh, Angel must have lost a bit of a signal there. He's cut it. Yeah.
Sorry, Angel, we kind of just lost you a little bit there.
I mean,
Yeah, try shutting down your video.
Angel, take your camera off.
The Rand Corporation that know this, and they're like kicking themselves right now because they did.
Oh dear. Angel, we can't hear you properly. You have to take your camera off.
Well, not to figure this out. You guys don't know what the Rand Corporation is. I hit you out of left field.
Angel, we didn't really hear you because there was a bit of lagging going on. Take your camera off.
Yep.
Research and development. They're located up in Santa Monica, California.
Doesn't seem to be able to hear me.
1776 Main Street Boulevard.
Maybe send him a text message, Karen, or something through the chat there to say to.
I only have his email
Their
address.
icon in front of their building is a explosion
Sorry, everybody. Just be
made out of a
patient
chain
with
link.
this
Quite an
camera.
awesome. You can even see it on Google. So they a lot of air fueling gives.
All right. Can you start over again? Your video was big.
Okay. Right.
Angel, we didn't hear any of that. I was trying to tell you that we couldn't hear you properly because it was lagging. So would you just say that again? I'm so sorry.
No problem. What I was saying, and if you can tell me to skip ahead, is in the lower section, the Queen's level, I believe that to be actually at a negative pressure, because steam, when it condensates, will take up less volume. Hence why we use steam and steam engines and things like that, because it takes more volume and we use that pressure. So the way I see the system, I believe the bottom section to actually be under subpressure. Now, there are 2 other buildings involved. So there may be some magic that I, as of yet, don't know, but that is where somebody who understands more of what happens to water molecules. I mean, I've seen plenty of TED Talks. I know there are 74 states of water, and that's at normal water pressure, normal temperature. When we take things to extremes of either more pressure or less pressure, and then we also add surface tension and maybe electrical state, like using some of that Hutchington effect, adding static to the picture, we can get more things out of water. Water is quite an amazing compound. It's not really an element. So And I mean, I don't know what the other two strike. This is why I'd really like to share the system and get people's feedback on like, hey, look, would it do this or that, or you know.
Matt, mute yourself for well, cool, thank you.
Yeah, I already did.
So
carry on, Angel.
I will go over the basic structure, and I will gladly get into more detail in any one section. Grab a pen. I didn't have them handy.
I'm presenting the Great Pyramid, so you can see.
I see it.
Yeah, just to help you out.
So, if we take that image that you have, and you picture nothing would happen until water enters the system. So if you start at ground zero where water enters the system, it would saturate the whole subterranean section and would go up to, but not saturate that dog leg that comes back, because the water level would not get high enough at that point. That entrance level is slightly below the lip of the hallway of the Great Giza Pyramid. If the, and this is something where I'd really like to get factual on this, because no one really says the true elevations of things, but how I read the system, primarily these squiggles above the entranceway, the water level as it enters is actually slightly below the hallway in the Queen's Chamber. And there's a break in the hallway of the Queen's Chamber. As the water level rises up outside the structure, it's going to come in through the structure into the spillway, which is roughly shaped like that, to where it's going to have two barriers it has to go over, which will maintain a water level at that elevation. Literally that elevation. If we took that squiggle on the wall, which I didn't draw very well here, and extend it out, it would mark it at that elevation. And I believe that elevation to be the same elevation in the Queen's, the hallway that goes down the hall. There's a step, and on the edge of that step, looking at it from the Queen's entrance, there's a mark that comes down and goes to an angle. If you haven't seen it, well, I can probably find a picture of it, but it comes down to a point. I believe that point to be that same elevation. And also in the Queen's Chamber, it's the same elevation.
Angel, are you trying to show us something? Because we can't see what you're showing us.
Oh, I am showing video.
We can't see it. We only see your icon.
You don't share.
Okay, hang on. Let me kill my video and turn it back on.
You need to share by application, okay? Don't share the Hangout. We got sniped the other day.
How about now?
No, just your icon.
Just my icon. That's annoying.
You have to go to your Hangout and then use the application share.
Application share. Hang on a second.
On the left, the green button, screen share, and then you take the second tab with this application share. Application window.
No, it eludes that I'm sharing. Well, that's annoying.
Sometimes you have to, your tab folder, you have to get it loose from the rest of your folders and get it in front. Sometimes that works.
I can try a different machine altogether.
Or you have to be in the Hangout to share your screen.
Yeah. I get it. I get it. Let me it shows me my face. It tells me I'm sharing. I don't know why. But give me a second to work on this.
Yep.
Maybe you need to put the hangout down.
Yeah, you should get a share arrow in your.
Rejoining or something.
If you want to do
left,
that one.
You see the icons on the left top in the Hangout, the chat, the screen share. Showcase. Screen share button you need to click, and there you share your application.
Yeah.
And that's in the Hangout. We know.
Yeah. Sometimes it doesn't work.
He's going to come back.
Yeah.
So what are you showing us, Artis?
I was just showing the picture of the Great Pyramid to that everybody in the chat can see how it looks and what he's talking about. Because if he's talking about the Queen Chamber, not everybody knows where it's located.
You're back. It's you, Angel. I wondered who that was.
Is this any better?
Yeah, we see you.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Sorry, Artis. Artis, explain it in a minute.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Let him keep going because I got to recalibrate here a second.
Carry on.
Well, I was just showing the picture so everybody can see how the Great Pyramid looks like. And it's easier to understand when you have a picture in front of you, so everybody in the chat understands where everything is located. So that's why I'm always try to find the picture as fast as possible to make the presentation a little bit more visible.
Am I visible yet?
Yeah?
Yep.
You are. We can see you.
Excellent.
Yeah.
What I was getting at is in the hallway that goes, and there are actually pictures if you wanted to look at it, photos.giza.ws, of where there's a people standing. It's like an area where you have to crawl, and then you can actually almost stand in the hallway that comes into the Queen's Chamber. And there's a mark on it that goes down to a lower level. Within the niche in the Queen's Chamber, there's also that same level. You can see, if you look at photos of the what they call the niche in the Queen's Chamber, how there's a lower level where it looks like somebody broke out of it, but it's at a lower level. Those are all the same watermark. From there, the system actually elevates up, and the system shows you the different elevations into the niche. And as the water level goes up, it goes further back, and as it goes further back, it's representing I believe, the more I think about it, what wavelength is occurring within here is the only thing I can think of. Either that or these are in centimeters of an element. I mean, I don't know. They're communicating in some way, but I see the system because of how the water pressure is working. You didn't get my bit where you enter into the system. These squiggles, which are located, everyone can see this, right? The spillway that goes in, they're located up in the top area. This is a blow up of it. I've redrawn it. It's actually against this wall. If you're looking at it on a 2D plane east-west, it's on a south wall. This being the north side of the structure, this being the south side of the structure. This shows you that water level. That water level, that the water within the structure is at 0 point. From there, as I had discussed the other day, you're going to have oxygen coming from the subterranean chamber and bubbling out. That oxygen is going to come up here and would be fighting through. You can first imagine this as just being rocks loosely piled on here. That's what the myth says. But even if we just start with rocks loosely piled on here, you're going to have water coming in and oxygen coming out. It's going to have a backflow. That backflow is going to create a higher pressure in here. So you will have a there. Now, over time of this occurring, it's going to start dropping this water level down. However, because this water pressure here actually is going to extend up, and I believe it's going to extend up to the top edge of the double chevrons, which are located above here. However, I may possibly be wrong. You can see this is the spot up here where it starts into the larger steps, and then slightly above there is that magic 35th step, which is the ring that I know is above ground level, because that is the same elevation as the top of the Queen's chamber. That is the 35th level. That is the where the static cannot get below outside the system. You coax it down into the system and hover it above the water level within the Queen's chamber. And that is where, now this also may not be water level, because imagining the whole system, as I already suggested it, just imagine a water spritzer. You spray it against this back wall. Those water droplets are going to run down. You can see how this is grooved in here. Those water droplets are brought over to the center of the niche in the Queen's chamber. You also notice there are two little teeth when you look at it. I don't have a good picture right now, but you can find pictures of people who just snap a photo in there. There are two little teeth. The magic spot that they want a driplet of water to come from is between those two teeth, which will line up with this back edge of the niche in the Queen's chamber. That's your glory hole, because I believe what's happening is that water droplet falls. When it reaches a point, it has to decide whether to release its static electricity back to the ambient static in the room or down to the water pool below it, or to either the north or south conduit. And they're playing with nature. It's going to do one of those four. They don't really care if it releases back to the room, because they'll catch the next drip. They don't care if it falls into the water, because they'll catch the next drip. But one of those drips is going to release its energy, and they want to capture it. That's where I believe the magic is occurring, is that particular drip. Now, it also could be milking the static as a whole. I mean, they may not just be doing one particular thing, because the static as a whole within the Queen's chamber is also, or I should say the steam within the Queen's chamber is also filled with static, which you collect from the outside of the structure, brought down into the system, and are tapping it out of the Queen's chamber. Now, what I've been also looking at is when you take the three structures and line them up side by side, keeping into account that the middle middle pyramid is about 30 feet higher in ground elevation from the Great Giza Pyramid, and that the third largest pyramid on the plateau is about 10 feet higher in elevation above that as well. When you line them all up and you put the water levels on all of them at or near the main thing, and also this picture is hugely deceptive. Both of these conduits contact the structure above what is ground level. They drew this to actually be more of where the water line should be, because when it goes down and up and rejoins it and then goes to the center of the pyramid, the water level is actually going to be about here. And what this is doing is allowing this water here to evaporate freely to the structure. Like I said, this is your positive terminal. This is just evaporating up into the ether, proof it's going out of there. This is your negative one where it's collecting it. The water within here is actually at an elevation. I didn't draw this really properly because this right here, this chamber is below the water line. And here, the water line actually completely encompasses the entrance, but this doesn't have any way out until you were nice enough the other week to show me, and you notice that particular cutout is about 4/5 of the way towards the end. It's not dead center. It's more towards the north side of the structure, which makes me think it lines up with this particular protrusion that comes up and into the body of the structure and goes nowhere. I thought this was kind of a pressure thing holding stuff back. But if that actually evacuates out to the plug on the outside, that would be where they were tapping whatever they were collecting within this structure. And this could be liquid hydrogen falling. I don't know. This is where I really want to look at the whole thing. I believe that here we're getting condensation. And as we get more and more condensation, this water level here is going to be dropping. And if you look at the videos, I did come across a good video. It's in Spanish, so you guys could probably understand it better than me, of somebody who walked through here. At each one of these junctures, the roof line kind of does that. It was designed to hold a body of something, and they have weird. This structure is nowhere near as photographed as the Giza pyramid, so it's hard for me to find pictures from the inside of this. But I really like working off of photographs rather than stories, because stories embellish things and photographs are real. Other than areas where they've changed and modified them. But they have openings in the wall, and today they've got vases and stuff in there from the pictures I've seen. I think they stuck them there to make them look good, but I think those openings, when you look more into the code, may have mathematical reasons and may tell stories like the fins in the subterranean chamber do, and like I'm suggesting that this whole section within the shaft does. People like to say that this was dug out by thieves. You look at these pictures, these are squared, these are hewn, these are not thieves digging this out. That was that way on purpose. In fact, look at the photos from the 1800s. They're the most telling. This was filled with dirt. And not only was it filled with dirt, there were 3 large rocks right outside the entrance. And I believe those 3 large rocks would actually be sitting where they would be breaking the surface tension of the water. It's just something where if you have a big pool of static and you have something breaking the surface tension, I believe that's going to be an area where you generate or make a reaction occur. Something's going to happen. Again, this is where CAD and nature and recreating it, just watching what occurs, is what I'd like to do. But that is how I read that part of the system. Oh, condensation here. When it has condensation, this water level is going to drop down because it also has a tooth like that. So when it has a tooth, water doesn't go up as this in here, which actually is a hallway, which comes to a vaulted room. And there's some structure thing in here. They like to call it a sarcophagus, but it's at an angle. I don't believe it's a sarcophagus at all. But again, if we're getting some sort of condensation in here, this would be your water line, and condensation would be falling within the room. This water level would be coming down, but it would allow evaporation to go up and out the side of the structure, where the pool of water within here would then have an outlet of its electrons. It would be pulling it this way, because the only way it would go. I do believe that the 3 pools are actually separated by their body of volume, but because of how they sit next to each other, there's nothing saying that there wasn't just a big sand pile between them. You're only talking like 300-400 feet actually between these ones. So, some of them are actually not that far apart, where if you had a big barrier of sand, which may have been what over time blew and why the Sphinx, or not the Sphinx, the Sphinx was practically covered in sand. It didn't have to be a solid wall. It could have just been piles of sand. And then the water was within the moats around the structures. So we may be looking for something that doesn't exist, because the dam we have up here in Northern California, which is about ready to explode. I'm sure you've seen it in the news. it is just an earthen dam. They were stupid enough not to use clay and properly do it. It was a thrown together thing in the 1800s that, you know, engineers said, quick, let's do it, take a buck and split. But so that's how I really need to get more detailed photographs of this to recreate it, because I don't know exactly what all this implies. I know down here there are things they like to call sarcophagus, but I think they're batteries. Anyone who's seen what they call a brine water, saltwater battery knows that you kind of create a thing where the water level outside creates like a suction, and that's kind of where you store your energy. There's no reason why you can't. Oh, I didn't really get into, Chris, you might agree or disagree with this. I believe that there's actually more heavy water in the system when it gets to it. And I believe that the heavy water is actually what is maintained in the pool with light water, or at least steam, above it. And they're playing with the fact that the heavy water has to go somewhere, and heavy water has what they call creep. Don't know if you're familiar with that, depends on how far you get into it. And it may actually be the creep that is trying to find the path of least resistance and going through the brick wall, as opposed to having to jump over an air barrier to get to ground, which would go to the grotto. I mean, naturally, you've created a huge barrier and given an alternate way out. So nature will do what nature will do, and I don't think 5 inches of rock will stop it. So that's kind of a quick slamming of the system. I can expand on any one area. I've been playing with it, and again, I'm just looking at what would happen is if at a consistent level across practically the whole plane. And I think that the water levels in front of the moats vary by a few inches each, like maybe 18 to 20 inches, and may actually line up with these niches, a high water level and a low water level mark. You can tell from the front of this, which is the third structure, I believe the water mark would be lower than the top edge of the finished rock and above the lower edge of the top edge of the finished rock. That would be your water level there. That's your marking. And these on the inside show your levels probably line up with these here. And something, I'd like to know what lines up with the lowest point this is at. Because I believe, because of how I read the code and know of Karl Mong's finding, that they were communicating. These funny, unfinished looking things really are water level. So they can tell, hey, the water's getting low. You can't let it get below that water level mark. You know, you're at a nuclear reactor plant and you see that thing going down too low. You know, you don't tap on it. You say, hey, we got to fill it. There's nothing to tap on. There's no corrections we need to make. We can visually see the water level. And we need to get it up there, because if we let it get too low, then we let whatever's in there have an escape route. And you're keeping it locked in there by pressure. Whatever's coming out of here, which could be hydrogen. They may be tapping the hydrogen out of here and sucking the hydrogen out that port that you were nice enough to show me the other day. I thought they would just be pushing the water level down, which would be lowering the surface tension on the top. And that surface tension on the top of the water, when in a conduit sitting next to the Queen's chamber, would be acting like kind of like an antenna. Hey, I got low surface tension over here. This one, because of how it brings the water level down, would be pushing it up, so you'd actually have high surface tension. And that would be a resistance. It may be not a resistance. I don't know. I do not have the luxury of having to be able to pressurize water and shoot sparks at it and see which way the spark likes to go best. But that's why I'm trying to reverse engineer the structure and not re-engineer the structure. So anybody who has any input or ideas, hey, this would happen, or in this scenario, did you know this would happen? One thing I'd like to point out for you brainiacs out there in the top of the structure, what we like to call the king's chamber, it is air that's coming in from outside that they're pulling the oxygen, which means that 78% of that gas that they're pulling in is nitrogen. And nitrogen, after 21% of that gas is mixed with the hydrogen, you're still going to have a plethora of hydrogen and now a plethora of nitrogen. What does it actually take? I'm told it's kind of like a trick, an art form. But if I find out that this structure is actually creating ammonia, that adds another mix that you're keeping ammonia trapped within the system. And there may be properties of ammonia that I have to start researching. And again, this is why I like to either build a model or put it in CAD, because this structure is and was doing something. And it ain't no tune.
I got a couple.
Anybody know?
To help you figure
I'm
this
all in.
out. The material used pyramids was not blocks, it was concrete blocks.
Yeah, I believe it was fabricated box. I don't believe it was drilled. I believe it was poured.
Okay. Yes. And they were poured by Thoth.
Okay.
Thoth oversaw the construction of the pyramids.
Mm.
Writer of alchemical law.
Okay.
Which is why what I bring to the table is so important, because my forefathers wrote the book on alchemy, St. Jerome. Alchemical. This whole reality we live in is all chemical, electrical, vibrational states of material. Building blocks, they were using precious stones. They were using opal and sapphire inside the building material to create static with the water. They're creating electricity.
Well,
Another personal thought I've had, if you haven't seen a capstone, there's solid gold.
the capstone.
The capstone is solid gold.
This
But here's a food for thought for you.
is the top of the
It
Great
came to
Giza
me on
Pyramid.
my own. Upside down.
Nothing missing from there.
Upside down.
He's saying put the capstone upside down.
Okay. But this is 29 feet by 29 feet. That would be a capstone the size of a
Right.
dump truck.
Right.
Also,
But again,
if you look at that, there's a rock garden up there. There's a rock garden with a well area, which this photo doesn't really show it.
like I said,
But when you look at other photos, just like some of the things, well, we could believe that, but what I want to show you is some of these rocks have the well area cut right through them. So it wasn't like they positioned them there and some of the rocks sunk. The well area was specifically engineered to be there. And I believe this is also part of the code, as Carl Monk was talking about, inbred into this structure there. But there was no one can convince me that there is anything missing from the top of this structure. Now,
no, I'm not saying anything is missing. What I'm saying is the pyramids are being presented to us backwards. Everything down on our understanding to hide the truth. Capstones are placed upside down on top of the pyramids.
this structure
It would create a vortex.
yeah,
It would create an induction
about
point
9 feet by 9 feet. And this one,
right at the very top.
you can conceivably see something possibly being up there. Especially when you look at it, you can see there's a cutout where there's a ridge in there. And when you kind of look at all these pictures and kind of pieces and kind of position them back into spot, it does look like there was a nice squared top with a rim around it. So there could have been something on the top of this structure, which I say is the positive terminal, which was meant to release all the static electricity into the air, where the primary pyramid was meant to collect it.
They have the capstone in England.
Okay, how big is
They
the
have it-
capstone you're talking about?
6 to 10
Isn't
feet
it like 9
square,
feet by
something
9
like
feet
that.
by 7.5 feet? That cool little pyramid shape, about the size of a
Yeah.
Volkswagen Bug.
Yeah, it's in a museum
Yeah.
in Britain.
That-
a picture of it, solid gold.
Right. So that, if it was on the top of one of the structures, would actually have been on the top of the center structure. The Great Giza Pyramid never had a top.
No.
The-
Thoth talks also
the-
about burying a spacecraft under a pyramid and under the Sphinx. He talks about he has a spacecraft buried. He buried it.
Great. The stories are wonderful.
It's some crazy stuff. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth.
This structure, we luckily have a guy who, again, I can be glad to show anybody the video, climbed up to the top of there. That structure is nice, cleanly, where it's one rock with 4 rocks around it, and then it works its way down from there. It's a nice, clean, finished structure. That one also never had anything on the top of it. It's finished. The Great Giza is finished. If there was a magic golden capstone on the top of the middle pyramid, that's great. However, whoever got it down from there, I'd like to shake their hand, because they were able to get a very heavy piece of rock off of the structure without bouncing it down and damaging it on the way.
Yeah,
Well, that's what you're missing out on. That's part of your understanding you're not understanding. Solomon had bracelets that the locals said they called them unclean spirits. It wasn't unclean spirits. It's just a lack of understanding, so people start calling things magic or make up terms to explain things. You're using polarity and sound resonance. You can lift anything off the ground and levitate it if you have the resonance of the thing. Look up John Hutchinson and his work. He levitated a bowling ball.
With his work, that's the gentleman I was saying, where he also applied static. It's not just harmonics. He also applies static electricity, puts it in a static electric field. He uses both of those to do it. One itself doesn't do it. It's both of them together.
And also those same concepts. I want to throw this in there too. Merlin and Stonehenge, the legend around Merlin and himself with a magical horn.
Do you mean,
Legends about Merlin.
Matt,
And he
do you mean
levitated the
this?
blocks across the ocean.
Yeah, Matt, do you mean this capstone that's in the museum?
Yeah.
Yeah, I quickly found it, but you can also see it's damaged, so it's probably fallen down.
Yeah, now that could conceivably have fit on the top of the second pyramid. Not
All
saying it didn't.
No.
I'm just saying whoever got it down, I'd like to shake their hand. But nothing is missing from the top of the Great Giza Pyramid. This is a finished structure. We like to make you think something is missing from there, because then you won't ever really focus on the fact that we have an antenna sitting there today. That antenna there is to relieve.
Yeah.
Angel, I got a question
They're a
for
hole
you
in the
there.
what?
Just a question there. Well, I was looking at the physics of it, and you had mentioned that in one area there through into the Queen's Chamber, where the water droplet comes in and it creates more or less a Lord Kelvin water dropper, right type of static charge setup.
What I really think is happening in that focus is when you look at the King's Chamber, you have 2 exits out of the 3 technically exits out of the King's Chamber. One is actually the inlet for the air. The north shaft, which is where I believe the steam is going up, condensating and running back down, and then dripping into that, what they like to call the thieves' tunnel. At the same time, right where the boss mark is, you notice they're about the same elevation, that you're going to have a buildup. I believe it's of water, although, again, I'd like to look at it. There may be ammonia involved. But because of the pressures, you've got both of those where one of them is dripping over the boss mark, and you can see a little chip in the bottom of the, like to the where the boss mark is, there's a chip. where the water drops from the one rock to the other. As it breaks that barrier, there's a ridge right there, which again would be a perfect spot where water, as soon as it breaks the surface of the structure of the rock, it's no longer shorted. Now it's all on its own. It has to do something with that buildup of static electricity, is playing with the gases that are coming out of that one thieves tunnel. That you're going to get a spark. That, since the gases are primarily hydrogen, oxygen, water, you're going to get a blowtorch effect, which is blowing out and into the Grand Gallery, pushing the raindrops and moisture down the Grand Gallery. Every now and then it'll be like a, you know, and then it'll resettle. Another spark like 5-6 minutes later. You know, it may not be a constant blowtorch, but there's going to be explosions constantly pushing those gases down. Again, the whole effect is to push the static electricity down the system, and everything flows that direction. And it also compensates for the scorching on the ceiling and the scorching right along that particular area. And I believe it is because you're getting driplets coming down the one shaft, which is a straight down shaft that comes into the thieves tunnel. And that tunnel, like I had said, it goes into the wall, curves to the right, and then goes straight down. Where that one thing is dripping is at the exact same spot, if you were to take it on a 2D plane, where the boss mark is. And I think you're getting some interaction there, you know, like you do in a Lord Kelvin drip generator. And I think they're creating the spark because they need that spark to every now and then push those gases down the system.
Angel, just real quick, I'm in the chat group chat. I put a link to the site with a lot of pictures of pyramids, also inside. So if you scroll to that site, you also have those pictures with the flattened stones on one side you are looking for.
Okay, excellent.
I often search on Flickr photos for photos of the pyramids, because there are a lot more photos on Flickr of pyramids, also inside. So just a tip for everybody who's want to have as much as pictures of the pyramids as they can. Just go to Flickr and you can find a lot of pictures you probably never will find by just looking on randomly on the internet.
Well, I'll give that a shot. I've never really perused Flickr, so.
Because a lot of those photos only pop up in Flickr and not on your search engine.
Yeah.
So they are a little bit hidden.
Well,
yep.
Angel can look at those in a minute in the chat. Chris, did you have something to say?
Oh, just going to suggest that since we're dealing, you know, with the Lord Kelvin water dropper, and we do have the, you know, it obviously is a static based system of some type, and there's the evidence of the copper lugs, which would kind of lead me to go down towards the electricity side of the fence. I just wanted to show Angel this a couple of things I pulled up here this week when I was researching it on my screen there. This is just for, you know, just for you to consider as alternative, rather than having an internal hydrogen.
Rather than having internal hydrogen.
Yeah, rather than having an internal hydrogen flame that would, you know, burn at 2,700 degrees, right? Which would probably, I'm not sure, that would certainly decrystallize a lot of the stone and cause it to fracture, and it would be quite violent. But your hypothesis still works if we just consider electricity as the primary driver, right? When I looked at some of the angles of refraction with it. Some of the angles of refraction within the pyramid, and compared that to refraction rays of hydrogen and light. And then when the hydrogen molecules separate from the oxygen based on the density, the angles are the same. So the positive, negative ions would separate out following the chambers based on electron voltage alone. So you wouldn't necessarily need to have the fire, like the burning hydrogen. They could actually separate it and collect it using nothing but static electricity within the pyramid itself, right? Just to think
that would
about
be
the
quite-
pressures, right?
That would be awesome itself.
Right. So then when the gas pressures actually flow down the square chambers that you had showed us there last week, the same ripple effect causes the sand to collect in those zones based on gas pressure. So it would look like water flowed through there, but it's actually the gas pressure creating bubbles, and then the sand and dust and pollen, like you had mentioned too, all collects in these little piles because it's the static distribution of the gas bubble, like I'm showing up here in the right-hand corner here. So just think in terms of electron volts and dust and gas pressure. And you're right.
If
There
it would
could
work on the moisture in the air and wouldn't need a body of water, that would be even more for us to learn from the structure. One of the things that I been trying to do is, like the gentleman was saying, how there's so-and-so did this and so-and-so said in the tomb theory he did that and so-and-so.
Yeah.
Lots of stories.
Yeah.
I try to say, you know, pull your head out of the sand. Let's put it in a classroom environment. Pretend this is a model that I'm telling you to build on a pool table. Let's drill through the pool table and put a subterranean section. Let's build it, you know, let's put a little water around the outside of it. Put it in a classroom environment and tell me what it's doing.
Yeah.
Leave theories and magic spaceships out of it.
right. So you still need the
First
water
of
in the
all,
system,
I
like
just got really
you.
offended by your fucking attitude. Don't you ever talk about me or anything I say like that again, or I won't come back on your
I
show.
honestly am trying to
Period.
focus on the
Period.
structure and not the story
The book
behind the
about
structure.
the man who built the structure. I read the book.
Okay,
Book.
well, he built the structure, and then why did he build
Now
it?
you're running your trap about things you have no idea about. I just got done
Why
telling
did he
you what
build
it was.
it. Matt,
creating
Matt, we don't
electricity.
Matt, we don't argue on here.
No, but his attitude and his narcissism
Well,
needs to go.
I'm asking you, if you say he built it,
I told
why
you
did
what
he
it
build
was.
it?
It's an alchemical reaction to sapphire and opal mixed into the mortar of the blocks when the water was passing through the blocks. But you didn't want to listen to me.
Okay, I'll be glad to look at your model. I'd be glad
I don't
to.
need a
Honestly,
model.
you don't need a model.
Your model works perfect.
Okay.
I didn't contradict your working theory at all. I told you your purpose was wrong.
Okay. So
The chemical components of the pyramid were designed to create electricity. We're talking about chariots of fire. What do you think those were? UFOs? Use your common sense. Nothing new under the sun. You need to see a greater picture than what you're looking at. You're fixated on one point.
okay,
You don't know how they did business. You don't know how they traveled. You don't know nothing.
well, I know how elements would work within this structure if we just added water.
They used alchemicals. They had a philosophy that they worked under. They used alchemy. That whole pyramid structure is built understanding alchemy and chemical components and negative and positive reactions between materials. They understood that water was a living thing and the vibrations was everything.
I'll agree with everything you just said in the last 10 seconds. Water is a living thing. It does have structure. It can be broken apart into its elements, hydrogen and oxygen. And even those can be broken down because hydrogen can break into 3 different states and oxygen can break into like 10 different states. And then each of those states have vibrational properties in themselves. The water itself has 74 states at normal pressure, 14.7 pounds per square inch at, water level, blah, blah, blah. And that's just at water level. I mean, we can get into what else it can do. So I believe that water is a very changeable, malleable compound. But I would be glad to look at what you're suggesting as a model. I am not closed-minded to looking at anything, but just saying I don't need a model and it does this because a book said so, but the book doesn't say how. I really would, if it doesn't say how, it's a story.
Matt, just one moment. Matt,
I told you what the result was, and I told you where the information was. You can go investigate.
Yeah. What is
it's in the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, so go read them.
Okay. What's the name of the book?
You have all this knowledge about the pyramids, but you don't even know about the guy who built them.
Well, because I don't believe the guy built it is my first thing. But
Okay.
whether or not this guy built it, it's great that he was there to write a book.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad he did. Can he explain to me exactly how to read this
Matt.
and what it exactly means? Because if I'm wrong, I'd like to be corrected. Why did he put it there?
Yeah.
I didn't read the book. You did. What is it there for?
What's the name of the book?
The Emerald Tablets of Thoth.
Emerald. Okay, thanks.
It's a very
what
long
are the
book.
niches for? Why did he put them there?
It's 10 hours of audio just to listen to somebody transcribe it to you. But what I understand out of it is they were generating and doing. This is all Tesla's work. Tesla.
I'll agree with that as well.
It's all the same thing. Many words talking about the same science, metaphysics, alchemy. It's all the same thing. We're looking at things linearly, trying to figure out things that they were thinking at spherically. When you look at that pyramid, you're seeing 3 points. When I look at it, I see 6.
Okay, but if you don't understand how the system works and you can't explain it to other people, how do you believe it?
I see it. Look, when you look at the pyramid, you got 5 outer vertices and you got the created point in the center. So there's 6 points.
Mm-hmm.
And then you mirror that because everything's alchemical and electrical. You take the above and you realize that the soil is the middle and reflection is below. So the shape underground is going to match what's above ground. Because they worked in a cube. When you look down on a pyramid, when you look down on it, you're not seeing a pyramid. It's a cube. When you look down on it, it's a cube.
Are you familiar with Karl Monk and his work at all?
No.
Okay.
What I try to get at in most of the things I talk about is every ancient culture has been trapped mentally into a cube. And a pyramid is a cube on a point.
Okay.
Half of it's underground. They're forcing water through it in a cycle circuit to cause vibrations and static through opal, sapphire, and a couple other minerals that were mixed into the mortar that made the blocks.
So you feel that the blocks that made the structure are opal and sapphire?
There's more, yes. Lime, mortar. There's more. They're not just straw and clay. There's a chemical composite to the blocks.
So you're saying that somewhere there's some documentation.
I think the whole shafts, the whole water shafts, the water are made. They have opal in them, lime and key sapphires. Thoth talks about using precious stones ground up into the mortar of those blocks. And the only thing I could cause to think out of that is if you're passing water through something like that and you put precious stones in there, you had to have done that for a reason.
Okay, I've never seen anything about opals and sapphires being in the stone. I've seen air bubbles being in the stone. I've seen magnetic resonance scans that show that the magnetic particles are not aligned within the stone. But I've never seen.
They ground into dust. You gotta understand, they're grounded, not dust, right into the mortar of the bricks that holds that all together.
Okay.
So that water conduit's got particle bits of sapphire and opal, and they're talking about all these other emeralds.
Now
you're gonna see it.
Are these
He tells you that. I just can't remember. I just can't remember exactly every mineral that he said that was in there. So I don't want to say one that's wrong, but I remember specifically lime, opal, and sapphire right off the top of my head. Those 3 components I know are in the mortar, and I know that crystals are liquid and they have energy and they vibrate and they create their own frequency and electrical state.
Now, did he build the whole plateau or just the one structure?
No, he supposedly did the whole thing. We don't even get into the story. He's supposed to be the son of God. Thoth is supposed to have been the son of God.
Yeah, Matt, you can also see some structures that are crumbling. The stone is crumbling. it's very clear that the outside skin of the stone is also crumbling. So the structure they built is not as solid anymore as it was before. You can see it starts crumbling in some places. Also, the big obelisks.
Yes, that whole structure was covered with this
Yeah.
mortar. It was used as a casing.
Now we talk about the Great Giza Pyramid when you say that structure. So,
Well,
Guys, if I could just to interject, if I could
this
kind of
had something covering it.
Yeah,
it's a huge possibility.
it's an insulator.
Okay, great story.
if
Well,
I
you
could
can also see stones lying around that could have covered that big structure around it.
if I could
Go,
interject,
Chris. Go in,
yeah,
Chris.
if I could just
Go.
interject there for a second. So as far as like combining the two basic philosophies here, Thoth being the god of lightning and electricity, and the creator of the tablets, and the actual functionality from an engineering perspective, and tie in that with the geopolymer and the chemistry in the geopolymers, is that within volcanic ash there are micro basically nano-sized balls of it's created with silicates, alumina silicates, diamond particles, and opals, and all those types of, but they're nano-sized particles, and we have found testing that in the geopolymers within the stones of the pyramids and other such sites, those types of alumina silicates and so forth, which are in the volcanic ash, were used in ancient times to make the concrete polymer, the geopolymer concrete, because it's a great activator and it has the alkalis in the volcanic ash, and it makes an extremely strong concrete, stronger than any concrete we have today. So, and because of the properties of it, it's also highly electrically active without any like rebar or anything else in it. It's a great static conductor. So when I looked into that this week, just from the chemical side of it, that's why I was saying we don't necessarily need to have the heat of the hydrogen being burnt within the pyramid to create the hydrogen gas, but there's still water in the system. So the water comes in and there's a natural static charge buildup, and they could very well have been using that to separate the water and hydrogen to make the gas for the light bulbs and electricity that they were using as well, right? So I think there's a happy medium where all three angles can be brought into one cohesive type of system. And I think it's actually quite easy to model that and build it, like in a three-dimensional type of modeling system, and show how it would work. So that's where I was saying, where the square tunnels that show the waveform function going down the square tunnels would actually be the hydrogen separating from itself. The positive negative charge would cause those types of waveforms. And you would also need to have the wavy, the glyphs where they have the guys on their knees, and the wavy flower looking objects that have like the what looks like flowers, but it's actually like a glass cylinder. And they would have made wavy tubes to collect that hydrogen gas safely and take it off and transfer it, as well use the Baghdad batteries and that type of electrolysis process. So I definitely think there's a way to come together on all three angles of it. So the only thing I would suggest to maybe rethink a little bit, Angel, is just the burning of the hydrogen within the pyramid itself, but just look at it from a electrostatic hydrogen production hydrogen rather than burning it inside of it to reform steam, right? Everything else is perfect. It works out perfect to separate hydrogen from the water and use it as an electrical production system.
Well,
the chemistry's there, right?
But with the addition of the other two structures, I think there's more to it.
Well, there could be. Yeah, they could be. Yeah, they could have been using some of that gas pressure in the other structures, to pump water and do whatever else they were using it for too, right? They could have been doing.
Now, Matt, when you talk about alchemy, one thing that I do believe is that I don't know what it takes, because today in our world we don't do it. But I do believe that they were making what we refer to as heavy water, with the water with a deuterium molecule in it, as opposed to just hydrogen. If you have 2 deuterium molecules, then that's even heavier water. And if you can get that magic tritium molecule in there, then you get, you know, glow in the dark water. I actually have a few of them. But I think that they are playing with the of the water when I look at it, to trick the water within the Great Giza pyramid, or within the center pyramid, within a highly positive or ionic state at an elevation, which I didn't really get into, but when you look at the way that the water is in the Grand Gallery, with the pressures involved, I do believe they bring the water up to a higher level and then drop it down as this builds up, because as the water level comes up, it's going to settle at a water level and then work its way down to create that mark. And when they do that, they suspend the water along the Queen's chamber, because you've got the one pool that goes down the leg, you got the other pool, they're separated by a solid hill, a moat. If you look in that, I can show you pictures. And then from there, you've got the cut that goes into, which goes down to the well, and that has a cut through to the moat that's on the other side of it. So that water can never go below that. It's like a thumb on the top of a straw.
Yeah.
And when it's doing that, and then it's creating the air bubble to bring the water pressure down, that water actually stays suspended. I believe, and I'd like to find the math, that the grotto is probably 32 feet below that level. Because when you suspend water, after 32 feet, the water no longer has the suction power to stay together. And I think you're going to create a point where you get what they like to call cavitation. That constantly, because of how I was saying the system is constantly doing bubbles and stuff, if you can have that cavitation bubbling, that is another, that's even more, you know, we were talking about cavitation with 26 millielectron volts. There is more going on here. I just see, it's a big, huge Mr. Wizard experiment, science project. And it's great if they're using coral and opal and stuff. But regardless of that, at the size it is, they are using a lot of physical science to play with water and make that water do things. When it gets that 32 volts of electricity, 26 millielectron volts of electricity, when that water cavitates, where is that energy going to go? How is it going to propagate through the system? Whichever way it's going to propagate through the system, they're either utilizing it down in the, maybe they're trying to get the compression to be at the same time it happens within the dead end shaft, or maybe that's the energy that actually jumps out of the system. I don't know. This is where, and even CAD at that point, I don't even think a computer aided design is going to help me, because a computer aided design is only going to do what the programmer told it nature will do. I think we're playing with things like a Lord Kelvin drip generator. You can't recreate that in a a CAD, because the computer doesn't know how to know what to do. It doesn't know. It says, hey, something will short, bzz, error. Okay, well, that bzz, error is what they're playing with, because nature goes bzz, error. And I think, because you know how there's a niche, a score mark just above the block in the descending shaft? I didn't mention that, but it's there. I think that's the fill line for heavy water, because like I was saying, the air pressure pushes it down. You're actually going to have a heavy water bubble within here. And light water is what you're playing with. Oxygen comes in, burns together. That's going to be light water within a heavy water.
Like as those charged droplets come down through, like the Lord Kelvin set up, they would have a negative ion, right? So that would actually, as those drops are added to the water below, it would separate the water by weight charge density. So you're right, it would have a layering effect in the weight of the water, light to heavy, and also be gassing off.
And I believe that because they're using two different waters, The light water will maintain until it condensates. You know, with a heavy water, will never actually boil itself. It will release its energy to the light water, keeping it in a constant state of steam, and or just the, certain sections will be light water, but no heavy water will boil because the light water would boil first. And it's a really, when I look at it, I'm more fascinated by the system. And it wasn't, I mean, I was trying to figure what two elements it were. I figure it has to be heavy water, the way I read the system. And again, this is where, even as a waterfall, it would look nice just with light water. I don't have the money to play with heavy water, but I know if you had a U-shaped thing and you put light water on one side, the heavy water does a creep thing where that light water is going to start going to the other side until it balances out. That the light water basically dissipates or evaporates through the heavy water and comes out the other side. And if you're doing that, there's a transfer of electrons while that's happening. If you have a large enough system and you can play with that difference in the electrons, that's electricity. I don't care what you want to call it. That's electricity. These guys were way smarter than we gave them credit for.
Oh,
Can I just say something? Oh, carry on.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's just that Matt was trying to say something. I just wondered, did you have something to say, Matt?
No, I got nothing to say.
Matt, you do know that water is a crystal. Just like he was saying about how when you pressurize hydrogen to become metal, water is a crystal, because the only reason it's water is because at our comfortable room temperature it's liquid, but if we remove energy from it, aka subtract heat, boom, it becomes a crystal. Water is the liquid form of crystal. And so when you say water has waves and energy, I believe it, because water is a crystal, and steam is a crystal as well.
It's all an atom.
Well, if you want to get into Q states, I am happy to follow the Q states through the system, which is why I think heavy water is being played with. And I think part of the surface tension bit is because when you get water at different surface tensions, you skew the Q states of what energies can get and penetrate that surface tension. And if you skew it to make it so the electrons are more comfortable going in one direction than the other, that's manipulating nature to make electricity. I mean, like I said, this is something to learn from. This is a Mr. Wizard science project. This is like finding a Lord Kelvin drip generator and not knowing just to add water. In this case, I think you need heavy water to truly get the function out of it. But even if you just added water, I think we'll get sparks. If we added heavy water, I think we can get more than sparks. And I think because of the way that heavy water is within the system, I think they're actually, like I was saying, trying to get heavy water to creep through the system and actually condensate within either the Queen's chamber, or thinking it's going to condensate within the Queen's chamber, but actually condensating within here, where maybe they may be actually pulling out heavy water out of the system. Or hydrogen, I don't know. I'd really like to get the system at play and see what it does. I mean, that would kind of take a lot of the guesswork out.
They were using sound. They got to realize they understood sound as a part of the equation.
I believe they were using sound. I believe that the Grand Gallery is connected to the floor of the King's Chamber, and I believe they were using, you know what sonic welding is? Okay.
I've never heard of sonic welding.
No? You look at a lot of plastic containers, and they've got like a little patchwork along the edges of it. They take two metal plates, they put it against it, and they go, beep! And then they pull it apart. That sound vibrates the plastic at such a high frequency it makes the plastic melt. It's called sonic welding. Sound, vibrational energy, heat, blah, blah. If you rub yourself, get friction. It's all the same thing. It's all physics, all nature. I believe that they were using. Yes, you can. You can also boil hot. You can also boil cold water by putting it into a vacuum.
There are already videos going around about this. Boiling water with sound.
Which I believe that they were creating a sound. People like to say it's F sharp, but when Chris Dunn and people are going up there doing their harmonic testing, they're doing their harmonic testing without the system being filled with water. So I believe they're actually at a couple of octaves way too high because they don't have the water in there adding the pressures that would echo through it. So they're not getting the right sound. And I believe that that sound, that if we find it, will be something that is like what Stan Myers found, and is either helping to join the water the same way he found the right frequency that would make water what he called shatter, just like you can have a wine glass and you play the right note and you can have it shatter. You could do the same thing with water molecules because they are a crystal. And he was doing that inside a piston and created an engine which you could drive across the country on less than a gallon and a half of water. But the government didn't like that very much, so they got him some iced tea. No, it was lemonade with some cyanide in it, and poof, he was dead 18 hours later. But in the long run, he found the frequency that would create water to shatter. I believe you could also find the right frequency, Q state, energy, vibrational, whatever way you want to look at it, which would cause hydrogen and oxygen to rejoin, like play the right frequency and they just vibrate together. So, and or play the right frequency and ammonia vibrates together. I'm not sure which one, but I do know that the Grand Gallery and the base of the King's Chamber, along with the structures up top, are built like a big giant tuning fork. And they didn't do that by mistake either.
I really wonder if we need this particular size to actually replicate the principles.
We're very quiet. I didn't actually hear it.
I wonder if we really need the size of the pyramid to actually replicate the principles of this.
I think we need part of the size because, like I was talking, if you can put water in a hose and you can hold it and lift it up. You can lift it up all the way to 32 feet. It's the 32nd and a half foot, the water will go and all fall apart. It doesn't have the strength to lift it anymore. As soon as it breaks, it'll get an air bubble in there, oxygen, I believe, and then it bubbles up and breaks the tension, the surface tension, or the tension within the water. Mr. Physics can tell us exactly what's happening, but the water snaps. And I believe that's part of what they were doing. And yes, you would need 32 feet to do that. That's nature. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You need 32 feet. But the rest of the system, a large chunk of it, will work regardless of that. I mean, the pressures and elevations and all, you can show that, hey, this shape would hold the water at this surface, at this water level, and water would do this, and bubble would come out there, and it does make pretty cool things happen. But exactly what is occurring, we may not know without the exact scale, because I think part of it, as Matt was saying, does have to do with waves, like I was saying in the subterranean chamber. When that water pressure hits, you can see whether it's water or frequencies or whatever it is, there's a pattern, there is a wave, and it's visible in the pictures from the 1800s before we swept it up. And that same pattern is still
3-2 in alchemy. 3-2. Even when you're being presented the number 32, it's still recommending the fractional state 3-2. 3 into 2, you're getting 1 to 1.5. It's an incline ratio. Is representing as 1 to 1.5.
I need to be honest. I understand how vibrational energy and all that stuff works, and I understand that people who grasp and understand music can also feel it in notes and half notes, quarter notes, and these things. Yeah. And I can say those nice vocabulary words, but they don't mean anything to me because I don't play, and I've tried to play musical instruments, and I have tried to understand frequencies and stuff. I can understand the math behind it, but I can see things, but I don't understand it because I know that when there's a frequency of blah, 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 and you notice that the size of the dead end shaft is about 1/4 the size of the shaft coming prior to the subterranean chamber. So it may be that it's a quarter note or quarter pressure quarter something.
Well,
They were communicating with us in many ways. I don't see it because I don't fully know how to read it because I'm not familiar with frequencies and vibrational energies. But
Well,
I can see there's a system.
the most ancient structures resonate to a flat E. Most of them.
Right? So it
all
would
of
be
them.
quirky and weird
All-
for this one to be F.
Yeah, it could be. Most of the structures in Peru and Bolivia resonate to a flat A. And they also
It'd
try
actually be Kia A.
Sorry?
But I want to, yeah, you're right, Kia A.
Yeah.
But it's 432 hertz, not 440. They manipulated the tuning of Kia A. They changed it from 432 to 440.
Okay.
So the Kia A is 432.
Mhm.
And I think both of those numbers are very important because the 432 is the one when you look at symmetrics, where you put a cookie tin on top of like a speaker, you either use sand or water. When you use the notes that are in line with the 432, you get nice harmonic sounds, nice harmonic shapes. When you use the 440, you get sporadic shapes, and sometimes the water even splashes in your face. The 440 is much more destructive. The 432 is much more harmonic. And when your parents would
Here's
tell
why.
you you're making yourself sick listening to rock music, they weren't kidding.
Here's why. I know why. And it comes down to what I've been figuring out on my own from my own personal work. Okay, numbers have a color. This comes from my own work, not nobody else's work. This is I have figured out a color association to numbers.
Every color has a frequency, and every frequency
number
is a
has a
number.
color, and every base number has a color.
That's absolutely right.
32. If you look at 432, it covers all three colors. 4 is a blue number, 3 is a red number, yellow is a 2 number.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's only carrying blue.
That's a numerology way to look at it, but that's not a frequency way to look at it.
It's understanding that numbers are electrical expression of an emotion. Tied together, they all overlap. Everything overlaps. The alchemy and the Pythagorean mathematics is what they used to build the pyramids.
That they overlap. They overlap like
Numerology.
a rainbow, probably.
Yeah. Numerology is based on base 10 as we look at it. But nature is based on, it doesn't matter because it's nature. Whether this is 21.5 centimeters or whether it's 9.2 inches, nature says it's this long. So we see, whether we calculate it in inches or centimeters, differs the numerology, but it doesn't differ reality.
But see, here's the problem. Today's mathematics doesn't work the same as theirs.
I'll agree with that as well.
And there's a very big reason why.
So, which is
mathematics has a zero. They don't have a zero. They didn't have a zero factor. But there is no zero. And everything they do, zero is the sum of the whole. There is no zero. It has no point. It has no value. It's a created thing.
Right, but again, when we measure things in hertz, that's based on a guy that was alive in the 1700s or whatever. Or actually, I think it was named after him, and we came up with it later or earlier. I don't remember exactly. But it's based on a base level that we set, and those numbers are numbers that are only based on what we set. If some guy in different zero mark, then those numbers would be different. So numerology can't skew left and right because, you might be calculating in Fahrenheit and I'm calculating in Celsius. So I say it's the end of the world and you say, peaches and ice cream. So numerology doesn't go there. I work in the real world. I do believe in frequencies and I do believe in harmonics. And if you have a wavelength like this and a wavelength like that, There's going to be a spot where they peak together, and there's going to be a spot where they drowned out. That's reality. Numerology is how we calculate it where they are, and that's math. But where we skew the zeros and ones, you know, numerology, I can't follow a mindset that is based on a constant that we only developed in the past 200 centuries.
This might be a good spot for you just to jump in with some information here too that everybody might enjoy. And it's not a big deviation from either direction. It's only a matter of like 4 hertz.
Yeah.
So when I looked at the frequencies involved in the pyramids, and I am a musician too, by the way. So the nodal points and the standing waves that are the important ones, it's not exactly at 432. If you take it to 444, the A2 note is actually the 110 hertz and a wavelength of 313.64 centimeters. So, and I thought that would be one of the more important frequencies to be looking at when we're investigating the pyramids, because it does tie up to the harmonic frequencies of actual elements, right? The elemental wavelengths, because you can actually trace that back as part of the golden mean, the phi ratio. So just for both you guys to consider when you're doing the research is to take it to 444 hertz, because you'll get your 110 hertz golden mean ratio. So that might be something for you, Matt, as well as Angel, to consider.
With the surface tension of the water, with that change,
did I lose you?
Vibrational energy?
No, I hear you.
Angel's gone a bit low for me. Hang on, let me see if I can turn him up.
Yeah.
Did that come
Chris,
through? I don't know.
Number 110. Look at that sound chart I've been figuring out with the 18 sound waves, the 18 base sound hertzes, and the high and low points. You take the highest sound wave of 963, and you take it to the lowest sound wave. You're going to sum the whole. You take the highest point and take the lowest point. You're going to meet in the middle. Well, by doing this all the way around the board, the sum is 1,110 hertz.
Right. That's the significance of the 110 hertz, right? So just take the base up to 444, and you'll physically reproduce the 110 hertz wavelength, the standing wave.
And that's 110 squared.
Yeah. And I think I looked at the water, the frequencies of water, and I haven't got quite that far into it, but there might be some correlation there between the splitting of oxygen and hydrogen at a certain frequency using sound alone, right? That's part of the star in the jar thing too.
Interesting.
No, I agree with sounds and frequencies, and you want them where they peak and come together and where they trough, and those are all important parts. And if you can get the whole system bouncing back and forth where the water level is right where you want it, and the static is right where you want it, and all that, you're looking for the perfect push where you get that release of energy at a point where you can, instead of having it go up into the cloud or down to the water, you peel it off to the side.
Yeah, you need the standing wave in order to have a tap point, right? You have to create the harmonic standing wave in order to be able to tap into the center point and take off whatever it is you want. And as you also change your frequency, you can move materials and or separate them based on whatever mass density you want, right? I've done some of that in actual, like the steam reformation you're talking about, right? You tap into the vessel based on the pressure points, and you have a column in the center, and it's actually electrified, right? So it helps separate the materials and clean out impurities. Right? So I think it's a little bit
hard. I think it's a little bit hard for us all, this stuff talking about like levitation as well, because we don't really use that stuff ourselves on a day-to-day basis. But
sure you do. put your cell phone on vibrate and call yourself. It'll go across the table.
Chris,
Yeah.
that chart you got up with the golden phi, I know you can do an awesome thing. I'm looking at it, man. The one on the right side, you got there, the sound wave, green, blue, and red.
This one here.
No, to the right of that one.
Oh, this here.
More,
Yeah.
the other
Okay.
one.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's the fundamental 110 hertz. Yeah. Yeah.
Can you take that and double it and make a whole nother sound wave, but only use and the purple? Use just your primary colors on one, and then do this sound wave again, but overlay it and go north-south with it using sub-primary colors.
I don't think he made the image. That's just on Google.
Throwing at him, he know. I think he knows what I mean.
Yeah. I can take that and then spin it and just spin it.
You see what I'm seeing?
Yeah. I can spin it to generate a three-dimensional object. Yeah.
Because that's what you're gonna get. That's our dialect. That's your shape and my shape right there.
Yeah. That's the horn, right? That's the conical horn in the sacred geometry. Yeah. So I would just
Yeah.
so when Angel's thinking about the waveform functions, to take it to 444 hertz and then see potentially where the standing wave would end up in the square chambers, right? Because they're going to be tuned.
There will be a resonancy in that chamber because I believe that there are water drops constantly falling, constantly collecting on the sides of the grand gallery, constantly getting caught on those little, how they have the edge where everything comes up so that every water droplet would catch there and fall. And you're constantly going to have water drops. And if you get enough water drops, you're going to get the frequency of water drops. And I think that frequency of water drops is water breaking, that sound of water breaking. And I believe that's focused on the King's Chamber, which is why I think it's the destructive force. I think they're trying to keep the water from joining, and this is, again, speculation at this point, that if you have that right frequency, it'll lessen the water joining, and maybe the nitrogen will burn with the hydrogen, and you are getting ammonia. But again, this is where I'd like to put it into CAD and see what it does.
Yeah.
And I don't think CAD would take all that into account, because I don't think CAD really takes into account vibrational energy. They're looking for forces that would shake pipes and stuff, but not really the of the water going through it.
Yeah. I can do some.
And you never get diagrams. And the diagrams you go on Google and stuff, I want to point out, you never see them done in primary colors all. Green is not a primary color. You never see them using all primary colors all the time. You never see it. Just like when you go to the store to buy markers or art materials to do projects requiring this kind of understanding, they don't sell color sets together with all red, green, blue, the yellow. They don't. It's so weird. All the primary colors together in a package. I don't know if it means anything, but it's just something I've been figuring out. And it's just subtle little things to hide. When you're looking at like you're looking at these visual spectrums and how everything goes together, they never show it to you in blue, red, and yellow, because that's your three primary colors. They never show it to you.
Yeah. It's true.
Does
anybody have the actual dimensions from peak to peak of the sand that was laying in the square chamber underneath there? Is how many centimeters it is from peak to peak? Any actual dimensions to?
You mean in the center chamber of the subterranean chamber, or the queen?
Well, you had shown where there's a square shaft, right, and then on the floor, there's bits of sand, right?
You know how long
there was a well in front of the niche. It extended out to and joined in line with the wall coming down the Queen's Chamber. I believe its depth would have had teeth inside of it, and those teeth would be readable to show elevations, I believe, would correlate with what was happening outside the structure. None of that I can prove in any way because I've never seen anything. They were nice enough to put like over there now so that people don't trip and fall.
Well, there was a picture. There was a picture where there was a guy kneeling, and then there was a square shaft, and it was tapered, right? So it's the one where the pulse would have gone through. I think it's actually right there. That picture that's just to over your shoulder there.
Here?
No, that right down.
Here.
Yeah, that picture there. Yeah.
Okay, that's the Queen's Chamber. Yeah, and you want you want the one with the dirt in it?
The dirt.
Yeah.
Yeah. The dirt. I'm looking for the distance between the one pile of dirt to the next pile of dirt on the top of each pile of dirt.
You can probably do this easier than I. If you go to photos.giza.ws, and I can see if you share your screen, it's within there. There's a picture from the 1800s of a guy sitting with the rocks in front of it. It's the black and white photo.
Gone to look for it, I think. Matt, while there's a little break and Chris is finding that, is there anything else you want to say?
No, they're obviously using sound to manipulate water, and they were forcing hydrostatic electrolysis through its pyramids. I thought that a long time because they had to have an electrical source for the light of Alexandria. There's no way they were just using oil or petroleum fuels to maintain that light source. They were using electricity. Baghdad batteries, flameless fire lights. These are all things that are described on the hieroglyphs. Yep. It's just we don't understand how to read them.
What if the structure itself was a power source?
Yeah, what's that?
The tallest thing in the area?
Again.
Wasn't it the tallest thing in the area? It was said in the intermediate area to be the tallest thing.
I believe yes. The Alexandria's beacon is to his lighthouse. It was supposed to be the tallest thing. So yes, it was a beacon of light.
Right. So if it was acting like a grounding rod, and it was just tapping the energy on the way down, then it would have been its own power source.
Yeah, an induction point. Inducing.
Something that
creating.
Here in the States, we put we don't have TV antennas anymore, but when we had TV antennas, we put a grounding rod on our TV antenna. Because if we didn't, it would build up static electricity on the TV antenna, which would come down the antenna and you'd see fuzz on your TV until you grounded your TV. And then it would take that static electricity, that annoying stuff that built up on the antenna, and it would ground it and dissipate it to Earth, and everybody would be happy. Well, that annoying static electricity is the reason why people in the 1800s, 700s, and 1600s have copper roofs. To take that annoying static electricity that didn't have TVs yet, and run it down to a small pool of acid, lemonade or something like that, and put nickel on one side and copper on the other, and then you could nickel plate copper or gold plate tin or whatever you wanted to do, electroplating. But that was really only kept by the money changers and people who had the money to have copper roofs and knew what the heck they were doing with it. But that's a whole Mason, secret, and Templar and money changers and all those other people. The ones that I really believe throughout time have had the knowledge of electricity, but kept it hidden because, they didn't want people to be able to pirate their precious money. Anybody who knew how to do electroplating could easily make fake money. And that would really be a jab in the side to money changers. So until the 1800s, 1700s, when Benjamin Franklin was the Mason that they decided to set up in the limelight and say, hey, you discovered electricity by coming up with a cover story that if he had actually done it, would have killed himself. they brought electricity to the world because now they had a way to utilize it, and the money changers were already in position to come out with paper money because we were already using it. We got off the metal money, and there's not really a way to electroplate dollar bills. Way to counterfeit them, but that's a whole nother department. That's our Secret Service. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, part of the process in alchemy is transmuting materials into gold.
Right, by changing like lead to gold by dropping one electron or one proton in there. But that, yeah, I kind of think may be part of what's occurring within the structure, because you have so much, you're skewing the natural state of things to where when an element is being born, and I believe that to be a water droplet, but I think because that water droplet thinks it's below water level when really it's above water level because the pressure is involved and maybe the frequencies, that it may be heavy water. I'm hoping it's heavy water. It'd be really nice if we found a way to actually make heavy water. We'd put the Swiss out of business, because the only reason they do it right now is because they've got unlimited supplies of electricity because of all the hydroelectric plants, and they make heavy water by boiling it and by electrolyzing it, both by the use of electricity. So if we can make heavy water by letting nature make heavy water, that would be great. It's doing something. I really want to find out what it's doing. I understand how or what the environment it's doing it in. I want to know what it's doing, and whether it's alchemy or, you know, we could kind of say we do alchemy today because we let things, well, there's change of states and then there's change of elements. But if we can manipulate something to suck in an extra electron or suck in an extra neutron, I mean, to make light water heavy water, or make heavy water helium, then that would be nice. You know, it could be that driplet of water they're hoping is a heavy water driplet, and when it actually releases its energy, it explodes into helium instead of hydrogen. Because I do believe that the two fins that go up the side of the Grand Gallery are at the exact same elevation as, I don't have a photo of it, but if you look at the Queen's Chamber, there's a spot where there's a discoloration in the roof line. And that discoloration is at that same elevation as that fin. And I know that helium likes to run within corners and hide within niches. So by giving that a channel, that would let the helium up and out of the system. Now it does look like it evacuates it. So I don't know if it actually utilizes it, or it brings it up to the top of the Grand Gallery, and through that plug that they've since filled in, that went above and to the left of the entrance into the King's Chamber from the Grand Gallery, there was a hole. That hole went in, and I'm told it actually went down and came up. So that would kind of act like a lock for the gases to only be able to go one direction, like having your toilet so that the water doesn't, anyway, it doesn't matter. And that went up and then fanned out into where they like to call the antechamber. So that would bring the gas, I believe helium, up above into the area above the antechamber. But because there's a water level there, I don't know if that gas would be allowed to go anywhere. But that's also where those fins that were kind of like a catcher's mitt that they've since filled in, that went down and into the King's Chamber, that may have let the hydrogen, or the helium play in there. But again, I don't know exactly how helium works in the environment, but I do believe that from that area, if there was an explosion pushing gases out, it would also push the other way. So it might have let the helium push its way out. I don't know. I want to put in that CAD and see what it does. But I don't really know if CAD would say what's going to happen. You know, it is hypothetically true. We believe in cold fusion, learn, low energy nuclear reactions, they like to call it nowadays. Now, when you get a tritium that you can create for that instant, it likes to break into helium and the hydrogen. And during that, there's a huge release of energy. That's the magic energy that makes cold fusion all like wonderful.
Yeah, the interesting part I find with
doing something. I cut somebody off.
The
Sorry.
interesting part I find about the hydrogen aspect, and I was looking at some of that too. I was trying to figure out. That's why I was asking you what the distance is between those wavelengths, and if that subterranean chamber was underwater there. I pulled it up on my screen there, a bigger picture.
So I have on that site. This is supposedly 22 feet, and 11 feet is right there to there, and 11 feet is there to there. So 22 feet or 11 feet is some magic number, because it splits it in half right there. And there's a bunch of numbers here. Now, they may be actually more relevant in centimeters, because many of the things in
I was
here.
gonna say, can you convert that into centimeters and metric? It'd probably be a lot easier to convert the wavelength.
Yeah, that's just a little translator thing. But I do believe that some of these, looking at Matt's way of numerology, I believe they were actually working in centimeters.
Yeah.
Which we like to say is something we developed in the 1800s, I think is when we came up with the whole metric system. But I do believe that the metric system, like the one that we like to call the English system based on the foot, are actually systems that have been in existence for a very long time, and both of them are based off of measurements, mathematical measurements off of the Earth.
That's because the English are Persians.
Well, you come up with whatever reason you want, but these are my findings, and you can either go with them or not. If you take our Earth and divide it into radians, divide it into 400, we use this today in geometry and stuff. We have 100 radians is 90 degrees. So you take the Earth and you divide it into radians from the equator to the North Pole, or whether you want to look at it flat, from the equator to the North Pole, is supposedly approximately 10,000 meters. Yeah, 10 kilometer, or 10,000 kilometers. So 10 to 100,000 meters. Whatever it comes out to, 1 million meters. Whatever the math comes out to. It's a division of a radian. The whole way, supposedly around the whole thing, would be radians. Now the equator, I was going into the Archimedes calendar thing, not Archimedes, that calendar. I believe that the magic number for Earth is 1277. You take 360 degrees around the equator, whichever way you want to do it, and then you multiply that by the number 365,222. And that 365,222 is all prime numbers. That whole thing is all prime numbers. 2s, 3s, 5s, 11s, 7s, and 1277. Now you multiply those together and you get the feet around the equator. And that's because it's all math. That the whole system, Karl Monk's code, was all based on math. That what he uncovered was all based on math. And the reason that each one of the planets has a prime number in it is because when you read it like a code, I don't know who invented this, thank God. Well, I thank the God who did it. But when certain things are in certain areas, because there's so many prime numbers involved, you have more than 65,000 years between rollovers, because everything is prime numbers. You have to multiply all those prime numbers. The 2s, 3s, the 5s, the 7s, the 11s, they don't matter. The big prime numbers, each one of the ones that are the calculations of all the planets around the elliptis, those ones are all prime numbers. And it just works out that way, whether it's a weird quirk of life or whether it was planned that way, it still works out that way mathematically. And it all has to go back to the code, and the foot is a division of the circumference of what we refer to as the equator. And the foot is, the meter is a division of the distance between the equator and the North Pole. And those, and what we like to call a cubit is a 1/1000th of the arc second of time that the sun would travel along the equator at that given point in elevation, which is why the cubit has so many different measurements depending on who you talk to, because it really depends on the area of elevation. And this was all done so that when you gave somebody an information, it would always be accurate depending on what elevation they were at.
I got to throw something right there. How many of you actually believe that the sun moves? How many of you actually believe the sun travels at all?
Yeah, good question.
So you think the sun is
doesn't move.
The sun doesn't move.
To put in perspective, the only distance that is a measurable distance I found out is actually the circumference of the equator. All the other distances, north and south, are outside actually the square in where the equator itself is measured. The looping of the space constant, square itself, the cube actually. East west has only the 40,075 or 25,901 miles as a static distance. It's the only thing what I can find to work with a number to calculate any distance in the right perspective. But north and south, yeah, we take that as the ball size or as the sun to the edge of the south. But those distances are completely distorted in all the units as long as we work with GPS. I have to translate this into the XY grid of the photographic dimension. They're adding up to an actual perfect square. And that's how I can actually calculate the distances in latitudinal direction as well. And it's all based on the size of the equator. That's the only static distance of a static number here. What I can find in, you can calculate any distance. And yeah, that's how I also ended up with the square map. Yeah, that's it. If you want to add.
Okay. And anybody here follows the ecliptic year, how does the ecliptic year differ from our calendar year of 365.24 days?
The lunar calendar runs on 13 and 28.
Right, plus 1. 28 times 13 plus 1.
Which is in the middle.
Well, its location is irrelevant. It's the length of time that's more relevant. But
right, in natural law, and under this understanding, you got to realize there's only one whole state of thing.
I really believe that the calendar system we use today is well, it may be accurate because we work on it consistently, but it is not the calendar system that we were intended to use. It is based on the sun, and really we should be basing it on either the moon, like the Jews do in their calendar, or at minimum the ecliptic, which is what it used to be before Gregorian changed it to the current calendar in the 1600s when we decided to work.
That was an Egyptian belief system as well. Their calendar system was based on the moon, and the Hebrews too.
Well, that's what I meant by the Hebrew Jews.
Jews are not Hebrew. You got to listen to my dissertation on the letter J, because the letter J is only existence for 600 years.
Yes, the letter J didn't exist. The word Jesus is made up because the J didn't. I do understand that.
Okay, so Israelites are
Hebrew. We can say Hebrew. How about the enlightened ones? The ones mentioned in the Bible. In the Bible, they use the moon as their time setting device.
So how is that going to work then if we were using the wrong calendar in the first place then, and we should be using the other calendar, the moon calendar, say for instance? Today when you
well, if we're using the wrong calendar, then you end up with the wrong distance of the arc seconds of light over 144,000, which would be the meter between the poles.
Well, that wouldn't change. Yeah. The calendar just has to do with calculating time between days. The day is still calculated in minutes and seconds, and that's based off the sun, not based off a nuclear clock in Canada. But you know, when you took out your solar thing and you measured noon is now, it didn't say, oh, well, noon is now, but really it's not for another 45 minutes according to Canada's atomic clock. So time was real time, but dates were based off of celestial readings. So really you could tell what date it was at night, you could tell what time it was during the day.
Yeah, we're definitely using,
You know, they
definitely
didn't
using
have
the wrong
computers.
system.
I don't believe they had computers at PDA.
What's so you got? I don't have my calculator. Run out. Try 51.5 times 7.
Wait a minute, man.
51.
Say again?
5175 times 7. I think it adds to 360. Am I right?
225.
It's off a little bit.
That's what I did when I did up what you told me to add.
Well, what I'm trying to do is figure out the ratio of 7 into the circle, and we're being told it's 52 degrees, but it's not, because that's 364. 65. It's 364. It's not right. It's off. It's not.
When you say 364, you mean like days in a year?
Yeah. You gotta realize the ancients lived everything by a circle, and our calendar's 365 days, and there's 72, there's 7 days in a week, 52 weeks, and 13 weeks in a quarter. But none of it adds up to a circle.
If you went by the ecliptic, how long would it take for the sun to get from one point to that exact same point? Not the exact same point like above the earth as we do it now, which is we consider it a year, but to get to that exact same point in the ecliptic. I know it's very close, but it's not the same. It's like, you know,
yeah,
like
it's very
like 4 hours shorter or something like that.
I'm in the understanding that the sky is turning. I'm sorry, you can't turn me out of it. If you go and investigate a rift in the sky, there's a visible barrier between the night and the day.
Okay, but if the sky is turning, how is the sun stagnant?
It's not stagnant. If you stare into the sun for a minute, you can see there's an elliptical vortex of energy in the sun. Every day.
Okay. You said it wasn't moving.
I don't think the sun's moving. I think the energies, they are moving. I think it's the some center of sound. It's the center of the universe. I think everything's coming together at that point. I think maybe like if you were picking up your kid and spinning around in circles, right? And you can't stay perfectly centrifugal center because the weight of your child is going to throw you off kilter a little bit. That's how you get your wobble. I think that's caused by the moon going around the sun. And that's what gets your currents in the ocean, and that would be what causes the skies to turn.
Okay.
Look at it
Could I
as
ask something? Chris can show us how the vortex works with the sun, can't you, Chris? Chris, would you do that? Do you mind?
Actually, I was just going to say I got to run out here. I got an appointment to head out to. So, but if I can, maybe we can plan it for the next one. I can set up the model because it does take time to load it up and everything.
Yeah.
Okay, can we do that then? Can we do that one next time, Matt and Angel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just want to say thanks, guys, and I got to run here, but thanks, and I'll jump in on the next one too as well. It's been a pleasure again. So.
Chris, before you hop out, you know.
Go ahead.
Those are very important pictures you have there on your screen. You can really see the.
That's the area I was talking about here, but just I'll have to come back to that, and we can.
Yeah, that's the pre-supercomputing chamber. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to know the distance between the actual piles of sand and the wavelength you can see in the ceiling, but we can get into that next time.
from entrance to where it goes up is about 18 to 24 feet, depending on which map you look at, which is why I'd really like to get somebody down there with one of those laser pointers. You can just point across and tells you how long something is. It really depends on who wrote the map, because most people are doing it off of their mind. Like, oh, I want it to be this long. You know, I'm looking for real length, because you're right. It does have to deal with wavelengths.
Yeah, that's what I want. Yeah, if you can find something, some solid numbers on, yeah. Then I can probably hopefully calculate some of the implosion and the shock wave and distances and stuff. Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much, guys. I got to run. So, cheers.
Back for a hug, a hug for Chris because he's leaving.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chris.
Bye bye.
Yeah, thanks for your input tonight, Chris. Really appreciate it.
Take care. Bye.
Bye, Chris. So, where were we?
Yeah, just before we go any further, I put in the group chat the link. Here's the site for with all the photos of the pyramids. Also, what a Great Giza pyramid was asking for on that site. All the photos and more about also those flattened stones on one side of the pyramid. Yes, about 400 pictures. Also inside structures, also about structures that are lesser known. So I encourage everybody on this group to check out that site. And because there are so many photos of all angles of all pyramids, all the structures near the pyramids. And that this guy has documented it's a very sharp photography, so the photos are very big and very clear. Just so Matt and Angel and everyone, check out that site because it's a great asset to your research.
Thank you.
Artists.
Yeah. Because it's all
Angel, I was listening to the last time I was on the show. I don't know if you caught that episode when I was talking. I did a whole breakdown on how numbers work. On the last
episode. Just
episode.
Explain a little bit then, Matt.
Right now, that was a 2-hour explanation last time. I'm saying there's already a recording on the numbers last week's show.
Last week? Okay.
Numbers. It was Karen's got it.
Video Club. You mean on Video Club?
Video Club, yeah.
Not the Video Club video, but the video for the Video Club.
Yeah, the video before Video Club.
Yeah, and
I'll send it to Angel.
It's a really hard concept to get around, Angel, because no one's ever come out sat there and said there's no freaking zero.
Well, the Roman numerals said there's no zero.
Right, but I'm talking about how we trying to go back. You look at Rodin's math, you look at Tesla's coil, you look at all these guys that we consider accolade. They're not using pre-Persian invasion of Hebrew understanding. You got to understand that Persia added the zero and created fractal reserving banking. The money masters, you were just talking about it. They invented fractal reserve banking. They added the zero to mankind's understanding of math. They manipulated our language skills. They changed them to benefit themselves. By taking that away, just like you said, that because what they did was they hid metaphysics. They hid vortex mathematics and the understanding that there is no zero. When you start taking everything and looking at it from a cube, ratio 3:2, you divide it as 1:15. The book of Enoch's telling you can't multiply yourself and get growth. You can't times 1 by 1 and get expanse. You have to have a half measure. So you have to time by itself, half of itself, 1 to 1.5. In the third position, you get time. 115-254. There, it's just a rollover. It's expanding outward.
You know, Enoch was
Having-
taken out of the canon intentionally because of the knowledge you're discussing. Even though the book of Enoch is referenced in the current canon, Enoch itself is not.
Right. He's not
Yeah.
included.
So what?
Yeah, so I
He's not
do
included.
understand the intent to bury knowledge. And I also believe that part of that was when, if you look at the original text in Hebrew, he skewed many of the words, we being King James, when, Eli Whitney got his, not wasn't Eli Whitney, it was Gutenberg got his movable press and started going crazy making the Bibles. We skewed the information to make the masses more obedient. And even now we're doing it. We took, like today, the these and thous and those out of it, because the book was intended to have like 5 or 6 different states of speech. Speaks, someone speaks of what God said, someone tells a story, and someone tells a story of, different levels of it, right?
You see that?
And by us
You see
taking
that?
the deliberate dumbing down of America, yeah, I do see that. Is that one of the original presses?
That's how yes, it is.
Very cool. That's a very nice collection. But
I found it when I went to a thrift store last week.
that is,
Yeah, you can find
Synchron-
all kinds of great things at the thrift stores. I also found a couple of weeks ago an old book of Mexico with all those old temples in them.
oh yeah. But
Right there.
I believe we keep skewing the Bible every time we do it to fit an agenda at the time of production. And right now we're right now the newest version, they're going to come out without he's and she's in it. They're going to take all the pronouns out because it's going to be gender like, and God said, let's all be gay.
Hey, it's so much worse than you even think. I read one small passage from this book. I've only read out of it 2 times. I read Genesis on live feed earlier today, and I read this passage. I asked Yahweh, I said, what do you want me to see first in this book? I've never even opened it before, because that's how I do things. I pray before I touch things with new information, keep my mind clean.
All right.
Okay? So I randomly opened this book after asking him, what do you want me to see first in this book? What's the most important thing you want me to see first? Made me freaking cry. So I opened into Ecclesiastes, and then 14, and the chapter is the fruits of wisdom. And I'm just going to read this little chapter. Blessed is the man that shall continue in his wisdom, and that shall meditate in his justice, and in his mind shall see and think of the all-seeing eye. He that can consider her ways. Did you hear what I just said? He that considereth her ways in his heart and has understanding in her secrets. Yep. This Bible is referring to God as a woman.
Well, it's because Earth is usually given a female pronoun, and it's our surrounding. Mother Earth. 70
years ago, they were referring to God as a woman.
And from what date is that Bible?
This Bible's from 1947.
Okay, cool. I've one.
So it's not even that old. It's not even that old. And 70 years ago, they were calling God a woman, a female.
Oh, yeah.
And if you go back in time,
it's going to be like Zer.
Yeah.
Well, if you go back in time to Egyptian history before this Bible was considered or canoned by the king, look at it. Look at the culture of the people under the laws of Ma'at and Kemet.
Mm-hmm.
Kemet is the origin of alchemy. And Ma'at is the order of mother, matter, 2 T's, Ma'at, M-A-A-T, Ma'at. They already knew quantum physics. You're already onto it. That's why I was like, you're right there. You're right there. Yes, they knew. just the sound words are a little different. When they put those stories up, they were teaching you to tell you about quantum physics.
Oh yeah.
Their God system was a nu, Ra, and El. Electron and a radian. And the father of their three God system, and the father of their God system was Atom.
Yeah.
And Atum was born out of matter.
The matter.
And she was seated by the sound of the father.
Yes, those ancient stories all fit together with telling the story about atoms and sounds and all those kind of things. Indeed.
What? It's telling you that sound sparked creation into existence.
Yep. You're right. Well, I also would be interesting if you read Ezekiel a bit, because
yes.
There's all that first part. It's always interesting with that light coming from the sky with all those wheels turning, and how it would in different Bibles they describe it in a very different way. If you have an old Bible like I have from the 1930s, it's described far more detailed than a Bible that was later printed.
Yeah, there's a lot of pictures in here too. We're always talking about symbols, and then I'm going to go through all these pictures.
Mm-hmm. Can you show one?
Because I bet you there's hidden messages in all these pictures.
Yeah.
Artie says show one, Matt.
Yeah, so I'm always interested in pictures because I was a book printer for a long time. So.
Okay, here's the first picture in Genesis. Here's the first picture I come across in Genesis.
Oh, that's very beautiful. Nice.
Yeah, I paid $2 for this Bible.
Oh yeah, you can get them very cheap.
Yeah.
I think mine.
I couldn't believe it.
I think mine from the 30s only was €1. That's about $1. Nice. Yeah. Is it done by a specific artist, those pictures? Because sometimes in the beginning they tell who drew those pictures.
On the back it says Fra Angelico, animation by Fra Angelico.
Ooh.
Annunciation by Fra Angelico, 1387 to 1455.
Nice.
That's this picture right here.
Yeah.
The artwork's absolutely beautiful through the whole thing. The Bible is gold trimmed.
Oh yeah. Well, you know why they did those gold trims on those books? To prevent to prevent dust getting in.
Dust,
Really?
bugs, all the
Yeah.
The maps are really beautiful too. And we get into the map photography in these books, and you start seeing sun symbols. Suns for the symbols of the sun in the sky. Ra. This is supposed to be a Christian Bible done by a Christian church with no. Look at that. Look at that right there. There's your sun symbol.
You know, going back to the whole church changed in the 1600s, 1500s, I think they kind of got off the whole do good for the world and more into how can we make profit off of this.
Yeah,
exactly. There's a lot of not good happening in the church, which is why you see finally the pedophile rings kind of focusing in on clergy.
Don't get me started.
There's a lot of silence that happens in that see something, say nothing world.
Don't get me started about those pedophiles, because that's a huge problem in.
Goat fuckers. They're goat fuckers.
Well, if you want to investigate about pedophiles in religion, you have to go to the.
They don't
how
only
do you do
run
it?
orphanages for profit.
Yeah.
But you know what? You know, is a shadow, right? It's that little thing never knows when it can come out of nowhere and bite you in the ass.
Oh yeah, I know it again. If you want to.
I owed some bad
Yeah.
people some bad money, and they started threatening people, and I didn't like it. And then they did some really bad things. And I showed up at their house, and I said, nothing. And if you don't leave my town, I'm going to burn your house down. They left town.
Well.
Didn't mean I was going to do it, but I put the idea in their head that I would.
Mm-hmm.
So they left.
Well, you were.
They didn't want to deal with the shadow.
Yeah, you were probably
the big guy with all the money and all the stuff. He didn't want the headache of the little guy with nothing to lose. He didn't want to fight with him.
Later.
Yeah. Well, they have enough money to go to another town if it's necessary. But what the
he strapped the dog to a drawer and he broke the puppy's jaw.
Well, I was the religion I would stay as far away from as you can would be the Jehovah's Witness. Maybe you heard about the Royal Australian Commission and all that. They had a royal committee because of the Jehovah's Witnesses in Australia. There were about 2,000 pedophile cases that went back to the 70s. So the Jehovah's Witness Church, even in America, they have to pay about $40,000 a day to hide the truth about all the child molestation they did from back to the 70s till now. So, just to make sure. And they give their religion a very bad name, and that's why I'm very mad about it, because religion is a beautiful thing. Only the people of certain churches give it a bad vibe, and that's what I think that's very wrong with it.
Part of the thinking there is religion, it's morals, and following a moral compass is a good thing.
Yeah.
When you focus on a religion, then that religion can be hijacked, and the religion isn't a good thing. The teaching and the morals are a good thing.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with alchemy at all besides me running and yelling at you today? So I do apologize. I've had a long day.
Well, I know of alchemy, and I know that it can, well, they say it can be, that we can do it with a lot of force, but we force things. In this world, we like to force things. You know, Victor Schauberger, the guy, okay, he said, work with nature. Instead of forcing something, kind of bring it to the point where nature wants to do that on its own.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the structure is manipulating the system where nature wants the electricity to go where it wants it to go. Yeah.
This is kind of what I have in my head.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, a generator of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, they also think that those jar pillars there are depicted in Egypt are also something to do with those electric currency and how to harness them and use them.
Little tiny things in this world bug me, like you were saying. One of them is, I went to see the Pompeii exhibit when it was here in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Paid the money, went to go see it. And I really had the hopes of seeing some of these Dead Sea Scrolls. Now, they didn't show you any of that stuff. They showed you a lot of PRES stuff. But the first thing is I had an issue with the docent because they kept using the BCE and CE crap. Well, BCE and CE is the mind thing. They're trying to get rid of AD and BC. When really current era, if they wanted to call current era, would be maybe 4,000 years before BC and AD, that switch over. Because our current era started approximately 4,000 years prior to that, if they wanted. So I'm like, look, if you're going to say BCE and current era, CE, then start your timeline at the change of our current era, not at the change of the whole Christ figure. And he's like, well, you're right. I'm like, well, I know I'm right. So correct it or stop lying to everyone who walks through your thing. You're a museum exhibit. You're supposed to be educating people, and you're miseducating them. That was my step one. But some of the other issues is they had the water vacuoles that are all kind of egg-shaped, long egg-shaped, no square edges. Yep. Victor Schauberger in the 1800s, early 1900s showed that the most precious way to put water is in the egg shape, because water won't get stagnant. It itself will keep manipulating and will keep the water fresh instead of getting stale. We put them in containers today that make the water go stale. So instead of this knowledge that we uncovered in the late 1800s, early 1900s, we today in museums have these egg-shaped things. Like, we don't know why I have the egg-shaped things. Look how stupid they are, not having flat edges, so they couldn't stand it. Ha, 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 ha. Instead of saying, look, they were more in tune with nature like all this time ago in Pompeii. And here we are making our milk go stagnant in the refrigerator because we don't put them in the same shape containers they do. And while the shape may be inconvenient, it's one with nature.
It's a bit strange, though, isn't it? They didn't have fridges. They didn't have all that. And they knew how to store their stuff. They knew. And we're like, we know nothing except to put it in
the fridge.
We work with what's convenient for the commercial model. Mm-hmm. We don't work with nature. We force things. Even the way we make electricity today, we force it. Instead of working with it, we force it. I could get into our power grid. The neutral on our power grid isn't even neutral anymore, and I could get into why. That all has to do with telluric energy and the fact that it was annoying their grid when they made it on a multi-state plan that, ground in California and ground in Utah are two different ground states. So when they short them together, the electricity starts bleeding off in one direction. They had to scratch their head and say, why? Well, because Earth isn't the same energy state at every position, which I believe is how this structure worked. Earth wasn't the same energy state in the grotto as it is in the subterranean pit. And that's the manipulation of the energy that they're working with to at least let the bottom section work. And they're tapping off the static electricity on the top. But they were working with natural energy instead of forcing energy like we do today. We force everything. And I do think they were working with harmonics. I think there's a whole lot more to it. And if we could find out that this thing either makes helium or hydrogen, then I have no reason to think that they didn't have lighter than aircraft, Zeppelins.
What are you showing us, Matt?
Oh, I messed it up. Hold on. I got numbers wrong.
What's the cat's name?
M. That's Taz. Tasmanian Devil. Devil. You hear him?
Yeah, I have one here.
Hey, look at me.
Series, there's about 6 at the moment.
I didn't mean to offend you on the pyramid bit either. It's just that so many people tell me of so many stories, and they want me to justify a story that they read. And I don't really like chasing stories or tell them that, hey, it's a really cool story.
Right.
But
I like. I've been the occult side of this my whole life. I didn't start last week. I started 25, almost 30 years ago. Child. I didn't even know what I was doing.
That's good. I didn't wake up till 2007.
I didn't even know what I was doing. I was so advanced coming into my teen years that I didn't have friends because I knew too much shit. And most adults wouldn't even talk to me because I knew too much shit, and they just thought I was a punk.
It is right now. I piss people off when I tell them the wrong. And I'm like, no, you're wrong. And here's why you're wrong, wrong. And they're like, well. And then they usually get back away.
They don't have an answer. They just
Right.
want to say you're wrong. They don't have an answer.
I like to tell people,
This is your Jewish star. This is your Jew star.
Okay.
Okay? But you got to think about it as a sphere.
I can see it.
Okay? So that means that center point has 2 points. That's your heart chakra.
Oh, yeah.
Leaving your chest and going out your back. Hands, feet, heads, and toes. All those points around your heart. You got meta hands, you got meta feet. Those count as points too. So you take your meta hands, you take your meta feet, you count your axis, your spine, and then your heart chakra, you're getting 12 points.
Yep. Yeah. Well,
plus your heart counts 13.
Yeah. I can add to
Can
something to that.
Artist, before you carry on, can I just welcome Anthony to the Hangout? Hello, Anthony.
Hola.
Hi, Anthony.
Hey,
Good evening, Anthony.
I've been watching you a little bit.
Anthony.
You've been in flow.
Yeah. Well, I can also add to what Matt was talking and Angel was talking about electricity. In the 1900s until the 1930s, there was a guy named Royal Rifle.
Yes.
You probably know him. Yeah. And he had a cure for cancer. He had about, let's say, 80 peoples. And in 4 days, he cured them with only frequency. And there were 4, and there were 4 left, and he cured them after a week or so. So back in the 1930s, they already had a cure with cancer, with frequency and everything. And he was later declared bankrupt because they want to get rid of him. And after that, the pills and all the other things were put in place because they don't want to give us a cure for it. They just want to earn money from us to and don't cure us because there's a cure for cancer. There's been for a very, very, very long time.
They railroaded him like they are to Brzezinski today, a guy in Texas which makes antiplastons. They did the guy in Canada that has the hemp oil, Ron Simpson. They made him move out of the country. I think he's currently living in Amsterdam because he's exercised from Canada. And there's a lot of other people that have cures. Bob Beck, another guy, he was actually here in Costa Mesa, California, had he used actually energy impulses, which is kind of the same as I'm sure it's vibrational energy when you get to it, but he did it as energy impulses, which is the same thing as like just striking a violin string. You're still making the violin string make the right frequencies. But he was curing lots of things, including AIDS. And they shunned him and wouldn't let any of his work go to press either. And he was right here in Southern California. Doctors and everything came to him for treatments, but then refused to pass that knowledge on to their subjects. Because
indeed,
you cure somebody, you get rid of your Porsche or your guest house or your second home in the Maui.
Yeah, also, you probably saw that Jesse Ventura talked about the benefits of those wheat pills he used for his wife, and they worked perfectly. She had seizures almost every day, and after using that hemp oil pills, it was gone. And also, what you can use that is very beneficial and has been around for a long while is propolis. If you know that.
There's a guy right now that makes what do I call it? Hempenol.
Yeah.
And it's basically hemp oil. And it's being sold legally currently until it gets shut down. And it has been helping many people, especially autism with people with seizures and stuff like that.
And also,
you can tell your school you're giving it to your kid, otherwise they'll expel them or something. But heck,
Yeah, also propolis pills. You had propolis when I use it. I've used it for a long while. If I cut myself or something, you have propolis that is a liquid, and you can use it on your skin. If you have mosquito bites, and now it's the mosquito season over here. You have a mosquito bite and you drop a little bit of propolis on it. It
That
cures
or a drop of honey or some clay, any of the above.
propolis. You have to
Actually.
propolis. You have to use once a small drop, and after 3 seconds, you can't see anything.
Really?
It's gone.
Huh. I'll look into that.
Yeah, you have those droppers. That is a liquid propolis, and you can drop it, a very small drop on your skin, and it's a natural antibiotic. And nowadays, you for some years you now have even pills.
Yeah.
And it's my dad was very ill at some time ago. He
The
had
cool thing about
respiratory.
natural antibiotics is it usually doesn't kill the good stuff.
No. Yeah, if you use antibiotics that are given by those pharmacies, you often, if you're a little bit older, you are sick for almost a year until your system is up to par as it was before. And you can also use propolis for that. And it cures all kinds of things. There are a lot of stories on the internet, a lot of videos talking about the propolis and the benefits of it. Well, it cures respiratory problems. It cures, it stops the growth of cancer and more things like that. It's very beneficial. But also propolis is not talked about a lot on the television and news broadcasting system.
Because no one did clinical trials and there's probably no patent on it.
No, there's no patent on propolis. And now in Germany and in the Netherlands, we had a low low tax on those medicine. It was about 7% tax on those medicine like propolis and hemp. And now they pushed it up. Next year it's going to be 25 or near that. So they want it's going up very high because all the medicine that are like propolis, like hemp oil and that sort of things, they next year the B2E tax on that will be from 7 to about 25 to 30 because they want to discourage everybody to use it. Yeah, they want to discourage everybody.
I gotta take off, you guys.
All right.
I gotta go get some dinner ready for my wife. She's on my way home. Links to some laws. I'm posting one right now for Angel. Alchemy. Some fundamentals to help you with your understanding. It's really helped me out when I found it for myself.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, and I also put a couple of links about a guy named John Searle, who is the inventor and the creator of...
Go on.
He figured out the output code for the universe, but he figured out the output.
Yeah. Okay, that's very interesting.
His code was for to output energy into the universe, and mine is to draw it in.
You familiar with William Relkheim? Welkheim, how do you pronounce his name? He played with what they like to call orgone energy. Basically, he put vibrational energy into the clouds, kind of like what we do with HAARP, and it created clouds. Kind of like
they do that. Our government's been doing it since 1972.
Yeah, but we do it by putting silver iodine and stuff into the clouds, where we put particulates and then have the water droplets condensate. They did it by putting the vibrational energy up into the clouds that said, "Hey, condensate here."
They also put aluminum in the jet fuel to help increase that.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And aluminum causes autism and asthma.
And Monsanto is selling seeds that are now able to grow in aluminum, high alkaline soil.
Yeah.
And all our bees are dying and they're making the bees job.
For every problem we create, that costs money.
Yeah.
Sanity.
Yeah. Exactly.
Insanity. Oh, serenity now. All right, I got to cook dinner. I love you guys. Have a good night.
Yeah, thanks for being here, Matt.
All right, thank you. You got a lot of good information.
Yeah. Yeah, together
Thanks,
we can.
Matt.
Thanks. See you next time. Oh, he's again.
Thanks, Matt.
He's already,
I'm not a fan of Monsanto.
Cool shirt, man.
yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, quickly changing the subject just a minute. Anthony, explain what's happened to you just now then.
Slice. I did a video this afternoon and released it, and it was challenging 4 or 5 ball earthers to stand by their model and basically say that they were going to support it no matter what. 2 have done it.
Isn't it?
Yeah. 2 have done it. 1 has shied away from it, and I'm waiting to find out what the other 2 have done. Essentially, we're talking about a guy called GeoStreber, a guy called Hillel Finder, Sean Hufford, Slice Barkane, and Kara from Earth Discussions 2.0. Most of you will be familiar with at least some of these people. And it's to do with the eclipse. The eclipse in North America. Basically, we're going to see it from the UK. You've got to be on the west coast. You've got to be like kind of Cornwall, Devon way, or northwest Wales. You've got to be on the far west coast. But you could technically see it in Manchester, but I don't think you will see it that well in Manchester because you wouldn't be able to distinguish it. But basically, anywhere along the west coast, and you're going to see this eclipse if the sun is 93 million miles away. Now, obviously, we all know that the sun is not 93 million miles away. We know that the sun is relatively close. Exactly, we don't know, but we know it's not 93 million miles away. Now, the problem comes on their own model, when modeled with Stellarium and the other one, whatever the other one's called, they show how much we should see because they've got $65 million budget a day. They have these lovely little model things that give us the answers. So when you ask a ball earther to model it for you, they're only too happy to model it because they love showing off their own model. Yet when they show you the model, it tells us what we're expected to see based on their model. The problem comes, of course, when we critique their model and seek to obtain the evidence that supports their model. We all know what's not going to happen. So I realized that we were sat on the edge of their, in their model, we're sat in the edge or on the edge of their penumbra. So we should see, because of parallax, we should see some part of the moon obscuring the sun. Now, it might not be much, but it works out around about 10%. So essentially, we should be seeing a little slither of the moon slither past the bottom face of the sun. If the sun is really 93 million miles away. Now, if it does evidentially happen, it kind of does put it kind of does put the sun in a really distant location because of parallax. Parallax will prove it. But we all know what's not going to happen. There isn't going to be this evidence that needs to be there if there really is a distant sun. But when we use their own model against them, it's not going to happen. But it has to happen if the sun's the way they tell us it is, because they've told us that's what it's supposed to be. So Slice Barkane did a live hangout whilst you guys were starting. I had a bit of a back and forth with them. But also Bob on Globebusters was talking about it, and he was skimming through it whilst Globebusters was on. And someone messaged me and said, look, they're going to talk about you. So I flicked over to Globebusters, and he didn't do it for about 45 minutes. You know what Bob's like? He gets on a tangent, and he doesn't get off that wave for a while. He rides the tangent wave for a while. But eventually he did come back to it, and he gave me the shout on Globebusters. And all this was in the background of whilst I was meant to be on this hangout here. But essentially the issue is this. On their model, we should see evidence of the moon transversing the sun from Wales. And we all know what's not going to happen. So I've got these 5 ballers to state their position before the event, and they've got to support the model. Now, they've got to say that the model's going to do what they say it's going to do. And I know it's not going to do it. So I've said, look, if your model does predict this, and it actually physically does happen in real life, it means that it can't be flat. Now, I don't believe it's going to happen, but if it does happen and it matches the observation or the prediction, then flat Earth really is going to struggle explaining how parallax can be demonstrated on a flat Earth model when it's evidently being strongly supported by a distant sun. Because on a flat Earth model, it has to be close, and it's not going to get that evidence isn't going to be there. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to hire a vehicle, a 16-seat minibus. I'm going to take like 7 ball earthers, 7 flat earthers, and we're all going to go to the vantage point. We're going to look due west, and we're going to watch the sun setting. And we're going to be all looking to see whether or not we see evidence of the moon transversing the sun. Now, obviously, the ball earthers are going to be scrambling for it and making sure that they capture it. And the flat earthers know it ain't going to happen. So we're going to be sat there. Yeah, we'll be doing it, and we'll be keen to try and get it right. But the onus isn't on us to capture it, because it's not going to be there. The onus is on the ball earthers to capture it. And if they don't capture it, then at least we can't be blamed for not capturing it because we messed the experiment up. It'll be them that are doing it as well. So essentially, our position is, yes, we are going to go, but it's going to be interesting to watch what happens, because the ball earthers are not going to capture it. But their excuse they're not going to be allowed to get away with, oh, well, we set the camera up wrong, because it's going to be about 14 or 15 of us all having cameras pointing that same direction, looking for the moon passing in front of the sun, even just a little bit. We're all going to be trying to do it. So it's not going to happen. So I've stated on my behalf, if it does happen the way that your model predicts, I'll accept that the sun is 93 million miles away, because it will support parallax, and it can't be supported on a flat Earth unless there's a really good scaling argument to support it. But I can't see one at this point. I'm putting all my eggs in one basket and saying that you're not going to get this evidence that should be there. If you want to check it out on my channel, just go to my channel. It's the most recent video that's on there. It's about 9 minutes long. It's not that long. But if you're in England, I'm putting transport on to go to this particular place, Northwest Wales, to do the observation, just to see what evidence we don't get.
How many places have you got, Anthony?
16-seater. I'm going to take 7 ball earthers and 7 flat earthers, and it's first come, first serve. At my expense, it won't cost anybody anything. But it's going to be a really interesting day, because the flat Earth position is that we know that we're not going to see evidence of the moon transversing the sun. The ball Earth position is there will be evidence of it, but they're the ones that are going to have to try and capture it because it supports their model. We'll try as well, but we know that we don't have to prove it, because it's not us asserting that the eclipse is caused by a sun and a moon that are as far away as what they say. So it's going to be a really good observation from an English point of view.
Oh, has anybody taken your offer yet?
Yeah, there's a couple. Ranty Rantman's going to go. I'm trying to persuade AJC1844 to go. He's not sure because he can't be bothered with the journey. He's old now, he's retired and stuff, so he's not that bothered about doing it. He's quite happy in his own knowledge, but I'll persuade him. But Ball Earth's side, I don't know. Nathan Oakley's 50-50. He might be coming. I don't have any ballers though, because I don't know any ball earthers that are in the area that might have a P900 that might be considering it. But I've got a sneaky suspicion that we'll not get many ballers going. I think they'll bottle it.
Well, it's a nice idea that you've conjured together there, Anthony.
It was based on the idea that if the moon really is 240,000 miles away, and England's kind of 3,500 miles from America, how much parallax would you expect the moon to create if that's 240,000 miles away? 3,000 of 240,000 is not a lot.
Anthony, do you believe it's the moon causing the eclipse?
No, I think something else is causing it. I think the moon's going to be seen elsewhere. Maybe not by us, but maybe if you're in China, the moon will be over there somewhere, and they won't even realize, because local news or regional news won't be telling them that America's getting an eclipse. When do we ever get told that an eclipse is happening anywhere else in the world other than ourselves? We rarely get told it.
I don't even think they know what really happened in Tiananmen Square, or is that a different country?
Well,
what do you think of Sly's version that there's going to be a double eclipse in Chile?
he's misrepresenting a flat Earth model, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's not.
On the circle.
I mean, what he's doing is he's playing on a concept that may or may not be true, because we don't have a specific model. We generally have the idea that the sun or moon might be in a particular place. But he's quite right to criticize, but then criticize that we don't have a flat Earth model. But then when you remind him that we also don't have $65 million a day to get a model, then it kind of pisses all over his argument. So, I mean, it's a fair critique to some degree, but the critique's got to be leveled with the lack of funding that we don't have. So when you put it in that context, the fact that we have any idea that the ball's not a ball is respectable, because we don't have anything other than, most of us don't even have P900s. I mean, some of us do, and we're quite lucky. Others don't have it, and we're still working it out that it's not. I mean, the obvious way that you can check that we don't live on a ball is just by looking at the clouds. The clouds would follow the shape of the Earth if we lived on a ball, but the clouds are flat. They go straight down to the horizon in a dead straight flat line. No evidence of curve whatsoever. Never has been, never will be, yet they tell us we live on a curve. You would see it in the clouds.
Yes, it's the one thing that Patricia said, isn't it, Patricia? Here's Patricia.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Yeah.
What was one of the first things you said? I remember it on a hangout. The clouds go on and on and on.
Yeah, because even if you got to the point where it came down, it would still look as if it was coming down, but it's not. It just goes on and on and on. The clouds, you just look at the clouds, you can see it. Yeah.
And the other thing you can do with the clouds is, if you do get your P900, as far as the eye can see, they converge at the horizon. And then you pick a particular cloud that you want to focus in on, zoom right in with your P900, and that cloud, you can just see beyond it. It goes beyond, because you just open it out like a packet of crisps, and you can see further with your P900. So the clouds, again, you don't see any evidence of curving. And obviously, the further and further away you look, they should start bending away. You should see the underside of clouds, and you never see it. You just see the bottom edge.
Yeah, it's a bit like what Dee was saying about where the sun shines. If you're in like on the beach and you have somebody, the sun will point at their feet, but you will see it as it's pointing at your feet. Well, it's the same with the clouds. If you had someone, say, 30 miles away in a straight line, or as much as you can have a straight line, same thing, that the clouds come down to a point, but they don't. It's because it looks like that, but they're actually quite high up. And then if you had someone further on, another 30 mile, the same thing would happen.
Yeah, it's quite right what you. It's quite.
Sorry, go on.
It's quite right what you say. If the two of us are stood on the beach and we're a mile apart, if we both look at the sun setting, you can see the reflection of the sun on the water, which is a straight column of reflection, by the way. It's not a specular light on the horizon, which is what it could only ever be if we lived on a ball. But you see your column of light as a reflection. I see my column of light as my reflection. I can't see your reflection, and you can't see mine. My eyes have got to physically be there, otherwise there is no reflection. And that's, when you think about that, that's like, it's really weird that your eyes have to be there, otherwise the sun doesn't exist. In the same way that your ears have to be there. If a tree falls in the woods, does it make a noise? Your ears have to be there for that noise to be there, otherwise there is no noise.
Wouldn't it be weird if you could take your eyes out and your ears off and give them to someone else and say, do you know what I mean? Oh no, it's all right.
Well, when I was younger, and even into like middle adulthood, I often wondered, do my eyes see the same as everybody else's? Like, if I see a car coming, do other people see the same car in the same position, in the same color, in the same distance, and blah blah blah? Do we see the same thing, or do we see variations of? I mean, I know your eyes deteriorate over time, but do we all see the same bird in the tree, or does some of us just see a bird that's more prominent in the tree and others don't even notice it? I mean, why do we not notice things at the same rate? If we see an armed robbery, some people will say there were 3 people, other people will say there were 4. It's like, why do we miss this kind of stuff? It's because we don't really pay that much attention to it. Or is it our abilities to pick up like conscious stuff is not as good as we think it is.
Well, it's also because are your eyes trained enough to see things very clear or not?
Yeah.
I was a book printer for a long time, so my eyes are trained to see specific details. So often when I look at the pictures of old buildings and pyramids, I see the difference in color more quicker. I see the difference in smaller and bigger stones more quicker, because for a long time of period, my eyes were trained to see a lot of differences in color and structure. And most of the peoples are not trained. It's just like singing. If you practice singing, you become better in that. And if you practice looking very good at pictures and things, your eyes will be better trained to pick out certain things. That's my perspective on the whole thing.
This is, of course, where the thingy effect comes from. The what's it called? The what's it called? That one where you ironically, it's the one where you forget minor things. What's it called? The something effect.
Mandela.
Yes, the Mandela effect.
Yeah.
This is where the Mandela effect comes from, because, I mean, you and I and Karen will watch the same bank robbery. The police will come and take a statement, and there will be discrepancies between the three of our statements as to what actually went on. Yet we all saw the exact same thing at the exact same time, and our brain has interpreted the information that we saw, and the bits that we didn't see, the brain's filled it in for us, and it'll fill it in the best that it knows how, and we'll believe it to be true, but it won't necessarily be accurate, even though we all saw the same thing. So the guy wearing...
Guess what? I got a message today on one of my groups. They say, hi guys, apparently there will be a partial lunar eclipse tomorrow afternoon.
That's
visible for much of the eastern hemisphere. Might be a good chance to get footage of the sun and moon in the sky at the same time, proving modern science wrong.
There's often a lunar eclipse just before a solar eclipse, because basically the rotation of the Earth puts the sun and the moon in the opposing position. It's usually about 2 weeks before a proper eclipse, because it's on the moon's on the same plane. But you often get a lunar eclipse immediately before a solar eclipse by about 2 weeks.
So maybe people will be able to get some photographs tomorrow.
Yeah, but then you have to ask what's causing the lunar eclipse. Is it the Earth's shadow, or is it something else? And is it, I don't know, it's surreal. I mean, on Globebusters tonight they had an illustration of, I mean, you think about the moon. If you go to a 3D modeling bit of software and you put a circle on the size of the moon and then put it to 240,000 miles away, and it's like a full stop on a piece of paper. It's tiny. Yeah, we see the moon in the night sky that looks like it's a plate. So if you look at it from CAD point of view, it's not. We can't be looking at the moon at 240,000 miles away, because it's the size of a full stop on a piece of paper. Yeah, they want us to believe.
Chris Monk also did some video about that. That he changed the distance of the moon and it changed the distance of the sun. And if you put the sun and the moon at a distance, they tell us that they are. It doesn't work. You have to get the moon and the sun far more closer to the Earth to make it work. And also, they told, Chris also said that they now tell us that the sun is much bigger as they thought it was. And that they are trying to make the model fit to their tellings. Yeah.
Really, what they should be saying, if they were being honest, was the sun's not the distance they tell us it is. It's a lot nearer. But they can't do that, can they? Obviously, because it isn't going to. All the maths is going to go wrong. So they can't do that.
No,
but really,
I think they could lie to us before people had those P900s.
Yeah.
Once they came out, they had to start changing something.
Oh, they're fudging it all the time.
Yep. And if they put the sun closer to the Earth, well, all the planets will become also close to the Earth, so the whole model will
scale down.
Yeah.
But obviously, they only have to do this for the one generation, because the next generation won't even be aware that we're having this conversation.
I hope
mean-
it will stay. Well,
Don't you find this really crazy that so many people can see something wrong?
Yeah.
And yet nothing's happening.
But what can we do?
Nothing's happening.
most of the people that are too brainwashed to understand this, and they are often, when I tell about the flat Earth, or I tell about just like I told before, there's a cure for cancer for a long while, and people start reacting very angry because their whole thinking pattern and system is attacked. And that's why a lot of people don't want to know, or put fingers in their ears like, I don't want to hear it, because their whole structure of thinking is attacked, and they don't like that, most of the people. They want to sit in their comfort zone with a structure of thinking that was presented them from childbirth by all the school systems. And if you attack that, some people even get can see sometimes if you look very hard, you can even see that some people are scared. Just for a couple of seconds, they look very scared. Oh, and then the reaction follows often that they don't want to know about it.
Too much information. Too much.
Yeah. Or they say, well, can we talk about another subject, or not, that sort of thing? Because people don't like their belief system to... most of the people don't want to change their belief system. That's the problem.
Perfection, it is hard to believe in a lie, to realize you actually believe a lie.
Yeah. Yeah, people often think that... feel that they are stupid in that sort of kind of way, and they are very they don't want to know it. That's the problem. And that often they are also not taught to think for themselves.
It's referred to as normalcy bias, which is why when I was talking with Matt earlier, I was going to say, when I talk to people, I tell them right up front, I'm going to shatter your Overton window, I'm going to pervert your normalcy bias, and I'm going to tax your false dichotomy.
Yep.
And if they can understand all three of those statements, then I'll, they're on my wavelength. If they're not, then,
You don't even have to try that. Well, that's indeed a good way to start the discussion. Because at forehand, you can already see if they don't want to participate in that kind of discussion or not. Yeah. Oh, we have another one on the live, or you've another guy joining the live hangout. I can't see his name.
Angel, is it worth asking what was the photographs that you'd been shown that you'd not seen before, and what did you learn from them?
Sorry?
which thing?
I was just asking Angel, is it worth asking what photographs were you shown that you had not seen before, and what
Today?
did you? Yeah, you said
Last week he had a photo of this pyramid over to the side.
Yeah.
The third smallest pyramid over to the east side is what I'd like to refer to as a porthole.
I put that one in the chat, in group chat, eh?
Right.
The link to that. It's me. The last time I right there is a site. The photos and pictures of the Great Pyramid, as you asked for, also. And if you click on the link, you can find that side of the pyramid instantly.
which is the link that you're referring to?
I can put it again in the group chat, so we make sure it's the same one.
Sure.
Just a sec.
I had this one that somebody stuck there.
I put it again in the chat. If you click on that, I will try myself to make sure it works.
Hang on, that. Put it in.
I don't know how to get these.
I just find this all really crazy. 2017, and we're sitting here. No real experiments have been done. Nobody's really checked anything before. We're all sitting here now, and many of us know it's all wrong.
Oh, I got it. Thank you.
Yeah. If you browse through that, you can find that picture.
Perfect.
I think it's yeah. If you scroll down, you can see those pictures, and on that side, he has a lot of pictures about. Well, I think maybe 300 or something, all about detailed pictures of all the pyramids and the surroundings. It's a very cool photo.
It'll keep me busy.
Yeah. He also has a couple of more pictures. Only that one picture of the jar pit with supposedly those light bulbs. There he has more pictures of a wall that also tell the same story. So I often see a lot of pictures on his site that I'd never seen before. So it's very handy.
Do you understand the difference between the master bars that are on the Giza complex and the pyramids themselves with regards to the subterranean parts? The master bars is where they buried bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's where dead bodies were found. It doesn't mean that they were built to bury dead bodies.
Well, no, but they did find a lot of dead bodies in the master bars. They kind of they argue that they're an extension of the master bars, which they're clearly not functionally at all.
Do you think they're different people buried in there?
Do I think they're different
Wasn't
people?
the original ones?
None of the monolithic structures referred to as a pyramid. Have they ever found a buried person that was entombed? Or yes, they found dead people because people would have crawled in and used it as a shelter and died, or somebody, something like of that nature. But no one was like entombed into any of monolithic structures. Now there are plenty of tombs, lots of tombs.
Yeah.
There are, honestly, I could go into how they had honey and herbs and spices, and they knew about pasteurization and at least baking things so they survived, because they were able to open up pickles and stuff and eat them without dying. So they stayed alive, and honey doesn't spoil, period. Real honey, not the stuff you buy at Costco. That comes out of a tree doesn't spoil.
Yeah,
but
real honey doesn't spoil. You're absolutely right, because the most honey that is sold in the USA is sugar with some color.
It's high fructose corn syrup in a gelatinous goo with food coloring and some taster stuff in there. Yeah. So you're basically eating a chemical concoction. No nature involved. It is because in
America, in America you don't have registrations for honey. In Europe we do. We have it in Europe, and
same thing with maple syrup.
Yeah.
Same thing with vanilla. Same thing with most of your stuff. They find a chemical version of the flavor, and then match a product that looks and sometimes tastes like Velveeta cheese.
Chemicals you can.
They have eggs that don't have no chickens involved.
In the supermarket these days, it's not counting calories; it's counting chemicals.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, yeah. What I always say to people if they think it's too hard to know all those chemicals and know them by name, I always tell them, if you look at the package at the ingredients list and it looks like a chemistry exam, don't buy it.
Yeah.
Well, there are also certain key ones that you look for and you know to avoid, but it is scary. But we buy for convenience, and we buy for taste, and we don't really think about what it is we're getting, and that's quite horrible. But it's what we're sold. We see cool things on TV, and we go out and buy it. Some weird hot dog with some new flavors, and now with sparkly glitter on top.
Yeah. And they always put the term new or new with more things in it or something like that. They even did it. Yeah, they even did it with.
Said they're going to have less. It killed me when they said this. Less carcinogens.
Yeah.
Less. Not no. We're not going to take the carcinogens out. So we have things we know are carcinogens. We're going to have less of them.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Because even they tell sometimes, some time ago that in the 90s they had the packaging of M&Ms, and it was a huge sticker on it or new M&Ms. So I called the M&Ms company back then, and I got somebody and I asked what is new about those M&Ms. You know what that answer was? The
now
packaging.
In smaller bite size.
No, only the packaging they changed. They even say new if the packaging changed, and the product is still the same. Or they say with lower calories, and that they put more aspartame in it to make it taste still good. And they try all kinds of things to fool us. Because what my point also is, if some product needs so many kinds of chemical sugar, chemical flavor, and chemical things to make them last longer, the products, the basic product must be really sucking and must be really bad. Otherwise, you don't have to put all those chemicals in them. So they probably buy very low quantity kinds of products, and they mix them with all kinds of chemicals to make them taste nice. But you're eating the lowest quality food.
Well, you know what a calorie is, right?
Mm-hmm.
A calorie is equivalent to a British thermal unit. It's an energy, it's a measurement of thermal energy, and or a measurement of energy.
Yeah.
Calorie is how much energy they get out of a product when they put it into a calorimeter. And a calorimeter is an oven that cooks it, and they say how much energy did we put in compared to how much energy we got out before the whole thing was incinerated.
Yeah. It doesn't tell anything.
That kind of assumes that your body has the strength and energy to incinerate everything that you eat. Well, if that's the case, why don't we just eat coal and we have a little chunk of coal in the morning and not have to eat anything?
Yeah.
Boom, done. End of story. Then calorimeters don't do really anything. It's a fallacy of a calorie. They're having you chase a calorie, which really doesn't. They're having you avoid the chemicals. Don't look at the chemicals. Yeah. Let's focus on the calories.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That's what
the body doesn't digest that hamburger the same way a calorimeter does.
No.
So the calorie thing is look at this cool light show over here. There's a guy behind the curtain over there, but look at the cool light show. Calorie, calorie, calorie.
Yeah.
You're right. Avoid the chemical. Take calorie. New package size thing. Now
it's always a distraction. Yeah.
We pumped it full of so much so many nitrates and stuff. You can keep it in your refrigerator for a decade.
Yeah. But just like the French fries from McDonald's, probably when we all extinct, they find those fries still fresh on the earth.
Oh, maybe a good construction material.
They put so many preservatives into them. Yeah, that makes it harder for your body to digest it. When your body, to digest it, it has to kind of ferment it. It has to, bacteria have to break it down in your stomach. That is the only way you get nutrients out of it, is if your body breaks it down. Not like a calorimeter where it burns it with little blow torches, but it actually has to ferment it. Well, if it's got preservatives and stuff in it, your body can't ferment it. And hence, it goes in and it comes out. So sure, you have less calories. You didn't get shit out of it. You got the only thing you got out of it with.
Oh, shit.
So.
Yeah, just a side note.
More expensive.
So,
when they say don't worry about nutrients, because you'll have more expensive. Well,
yeah,
all you're doing by eating that stuff is get more expensive.
Yeah,
I'd rather spend money.
Well, it doesn't. People often say, yeah, the less expensive food will probably have more chemicals in them. No, that's not the case because
Not nowadays. Not where I am right now. We started, although the story we had earlier, we had a company out here called Rawsome. Awesome name. Everything they had was raw. They were located in El Segundo, California, which is in LA proper. And it was a commune where everyone, like Barb would grow tomatoes, and Susan would grow carrots, and so would grow cucumbers. And they'd bring them all together, and they'd divvy them up, and they'd divide it up. No money exchange at all. You donated food, food was divvied, given out. No money exchange. Really pissed people off because no money exchange is there to tax. Then started growing and making this thing better. They got some goats. They started doing raw milk. That was the first time they were raided. But raw milk wasn't illegal, so they had to let them go. The second time, though, is after they got a little more entrepreneuring and they started making cheese. Now you have a processed good. It wasn't of the earth, you actually had to process it. Because you had to process it, you have to have a sterilized kitchen, and you have to have permits, and you have to have this, and you have to have that. And because of that, they came through there and they put the little guy out of business. Even though it wasn't really a money-making endeavor. It was a food share. So that's how our area, our wonderful country answers to natural food. They squash it. But we also have, because we got a lot of yuppies here, and we are in a farm area, a very large upcoming organic thing. We've had a couple of companies start up here which are really organically focused. Mother's Market, one of them, is really organically focused, and they have a perfect name. Another one, Sprouts, things like that. And we have got it to where you can get food at the same price and sometimes even less, because they try to cut out, they're going farm to market instead of farm to distributor to warehouse to somebody to market.
You cut out the middlemen, and that saves a lot of money indeed.
Right.
Yeah,
so
I'm glad that people still are making those food themselves and selling them on markets, because you still can buy those foods if you take a little time.
People have to learn that they have to be less picky. When you see apples, it's not going to be shiny because it's not wax.
With oranges is the same. The oranges are never one orange color. The oranges also have, like apples, little green spots on them. That's normal. But what they do to make the oranges more orange is they heat the orange to a certain temperature, so it loses a lot of nutrition, and that makes the schil, I don't know say, makes the schil more orange. They heat up the oranges to make them more orange, and they lose a lot of nutrition from that. So most of the orange you buy in the supermarket are heated to make them make them look nicer. And if you see oranges with green patches on them, those are the oranges there, natural, how they should look.
Well, like I was saying earlier, most things are done for commercial purposes.
Yeah.
And they want a consistent product, which is why they go with the chemicals, because nature varies. Nature by nature varies. And you'll get green spots, and you'll get bruises on apples, and you'll get bananas that may be funny.
Have different shapes. Yeah.
But that's nature. And you know, someone needs to buy it and eat it. You make an apple pie out of it, or you make a banana cake. You know, you can use it. But we are so, well, we're a very decadent society, and we just see the bruised one and we pass it by because there's a better one next door. Or since we're paying the same price for it, we want the best we can get for our money.
Well, it's all visual. Well, what I always do, I always smell the fruit. I encourage everybody, if they go to the supermarket, smell your apples, smell your oranges, smell other types of vegetables and fruit, because often you can smell the chemicals they use.
Yeah.
Because on some oranges, they spray paint orange.
Yeah.
If you smell them, you can smell the spray paint.
They rinse them in a liquid that has a dye in it, so it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah. So that's why I encourage everybody always to smell their fruits, because you can smell if they are done things to them or not. Very clear.
Yeah, it is.
Actually,
The world we live in is very chemical, unfortunately.
Yeah.
There's like no chemical that's really, truly good. I don't know. It's all of them have side effects in one way or another. We're working against nature instead of with it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's cheaper to use chemicals. That's the problem.
Yeah, because they want a consistent product, and nature varies.
Yeah.
That's.
Well, I'm glad more and more people know this, because I've been a vegetarian for about 43 years. So that's all my life, because my dad already was a vegetarian. He worked he worked at a factory where they produce medicine, also for farmers. And he knew what was in those medicine to treat animals for diseases. And after he knew that, he became a vegetarian. That's a short story.
Wow. Yeah, I guess that's you know what you are what you eat, and when you know what you're eating,
He knows what's in the most of the food for live cattle.
Now, if he could grow his own cow and he could grow his own sheep and it could feed it its own non-GMO grass, and feed it non-fluoridated water, would he then be willing to eat it?
Of course.
Ooh, Anthony's playing with his Zoom.
Yeah, of course.
I am.
But back in even the 70s, they treated cows with for worms in their stomach and that sort of things. And those products, you have to stop about 3 months before you slaughter the cow. But then the cow loses weight. So it's up to the farmers to decide how quick they will stop. Now, you probably will guess that most of the farmers stop too late, because the cows lose a significant kind of weight when you stop treating them with those chemicals and products. And so and that's why we now have in Holland a big issue with all the eggs. All the eggs have too high firmpolan gehalte in them, and it's very unhealthy for you, because your liver and your stomach will get stomach and liver cramps from it. But so it's a problem that most of the things they use to prevent fleas and all that sort of things, or worms in the cow, the products they use, they have to get stronger and stronger and stronger, because the older products don't work anymore. And that's a pretty big problem.
That's because nature finds a way to survive.
Yep.
And it kind of is survival of the fittest.
Yep.
If you kill all the weakest link, the only ones left are the ones who survived. Yep. And they survived either because they had a weird quirk, or they found a way around the problem. They said, oh, you know what? Instead of eating the corn on the vine, we eat the roots. Instead of eating, they do something else where, they got smart. And because they're hungry, they're going to find something. They're going to survive. And either they're stronger or they're smarter because they know how to work around it. But they are evolving to get around the side of it. Or one of the other things is cancer, technically, is a catch-all statement for an abnormal cell growth.
Yep.
You can have like 10 different forms of cancer. Different ways cells can grow abnormally. But one of them is when they change from living on the oxygen to living on the glucose or the sugar. and that's kind of when they become cancerous in our mind. And if you hit them with oxygen, they can apoptosis for the kill. But there's also supposedly ways to bounce them back to a good cell, ironically enough, with vibrational energy.
Yeah. It's proven that it works.
Where I was going with this is the oh man, I forget where I was going with it. But so carry on with you were until I remember why I was saying it.
Well, doesn't matter. Well, by all you can see if we patch it back to the Egyptians and everything, they all use vibration. So probably the Egyptians all already knew how to cure diseases also with vibration. It wouldn't surprise me if they found out that the Egyptians had the technology also for curing diseases with vibration.
They may not have had Monsanto making poisons and pesticides that they had to compensate for.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's also a big difference.
You know, when you look at most everything we have, it's because a pesticide or a poison or a chemical started the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Or when you look at Lyme's disease, it was made by our military who was looking for a really cool, they're not really a bacteria, they're a reptile. They're like a little tiny lizard, microscopic lizard. And they developed this really cool reptile. Or the other one we kind of fermented, which was anthrax, which when it gets, it crystallizes, and it can stay a crystal forever. Yep. It's a unique item that crystallizes. Kind of like how some of the frogs, when they dehydrate, they can dehydrate and stay dehydrated for a season or two. And then they get rehydrated and they come back to life. It's one of those weird things that was put onto this planet. Yep. Well, we took anthrax and we said, hey, it has this weird formula, and we weaponized it. You know,
yep.
I really don't see a planetary civilization who is smart enough to put structures all over the planet that, in my opinion, are waypoints that can be read from altitude. And they are navigational points that tell you where they are mathematically when you read them using the code by Karl Marx. Well, he uncovered it. He didn't make the thing. Somebody thousands of years ago made it. Would map out the planet and then make bacteria and viruses and stuff to destroy this thing that they have. Or I should say the Earth, if you want to look at it flat, or planet, globe, doesn't matter. They were here and they were working on it. Now, something could have happened of some huge amount that they didn't foresee, ice age, asteroid, who knows.
Yeah.
But they did live, or it could have just been conquering. Somebody, overtook them and said, we want to dominate. And they said, oh, we're a peaceful planet. And they said, no, we want to be I want more Cheerios than the next guy. I want 2 scoops of ice cream.
Yeah, a lot of ancient structures are also probably demolished by other tribes that conquered the area and destroyed the old structures that were already there. And sometimes
everything I see, even the fact that the tombs, if you want to go back as far as the Egyptians, so I will say the Egyptians did exist. I do not deny that. I don't think the Egyptians built these, but at least at the time of the Egyptians, they stored natural herbs and natural honey and natural stuff. I don't think they had Monsanto and chemicals involved. And I don't think these guys did either. It's us that decided to take nature and say, hey, whatever God made, we can do better.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah. Well, I'm on the same side as you, that the pyramids predate most of the civilizations. Yeah. Just like in Peru, you have a lot of structures that predate the Inca. Very clear. You don't have to be a scientist to see it. You can see it on the.
I don't think they have the same problems with diseases that we do. I do believe they had technology and medicine, and we're doing grafting of people and animals. Their artwork kind of infers that.
Yeah.
But I don't think they were necessarily injecting them with weird chemicals and poisons like we do. Antibiotics and the myriad of other things that we decide are smart, like mercury in our fillings and all sorts of things like that. They don't have mercury in their fillings. They had silver and gold.
Yeah, that works out fine.
Or inert metal to the body. In fact, silver is good. If you have a silver filling, that's like drinking colloidal silver your whole life. You got silver right there. Rub it with your tongue.
Yeah. And also put in. They did put silver coins in milk to.
To keep the milk from flowing. And I think that has to do with vibrational energy, as Matt was focusing on as well. There's lots of things that we don't. Let's put it this way: you have 5 cans of milk, and one of them you put silver in, and one of them you put nickel in, and one of them you put gold in. The one that lasts the longest, hey, just reinvent, just do it again. But no, instead here in the U.S. at least, we first bring it to a boil and then quick freeze it. They call it pasteurization. Yeah. That kills the good and bad bacteria. That kills the good and bad enzymes.
Yep.
So you're basically taking something that has a bunch of, just like honey and everything, nature's goodness in there, that has everything a baby cow needs to live.
Yep.
And you're killing it. And then you're drinking it because it tastes good. Sometimes with chocolate.
Yep.
Yeah.
Actually, when you know what milk is, baby cows, that's what we're drinking.
It seems that goat milk is the only good milk what is accepted by the human. Goat milk.
Yeah, goat milk is a lot easier to work with, and from what I understand, our bodies even like it. And it's easier to handle and blah blah blah.
I grew up.
I unfortunately got onto the soy milk kick, and I say unfortunately because I found out after I got onto the GMO knowledge that most of the soy is GMO soy. So I was drinking GMO soy milk. So what was the point? Yeah. So I got off of that real quick. But
well, they had in the first years they had GMO free soy, and they had and then they
found out how easy it was.
Yeah, but they by accident they mixed it, and after that
I don't think it was an accident. They didn't even. Yeah. They weren't. Look, if you don't know, like before Louis Pasteur, if you didn't know about bacteria, then it wouldn't be by accident. You have 2 groups of things, and you mix them together, and boom, there you go. You got a bunch of cows over here that are mad cows, and a bunch of cows over here that aren't mad cows. All the meat comes in, you mix it together, and you send it out. If you don't know about mad cow, it's not technically an accident, because we were not. GMO was not in the vocabulary.
No.
In fact, if you look at originally what GMO is, it's genetically modified organism. The word food is not there. GMO was never intended to be food. It was okayed by us, the United States, for making corn for biofuel. It was never intended for us to eat. It was never food. And then we started feeding it to the cows. And because the cows didn't die, it was okay to feed it to the people. So it don't matter that they get sick. Don't matter that they lose the ability to reproduce. That's fine. We slaughter them anyway.
Yeah.
But
it comes into our food chain because we feed it to the animals at first, and then we feed it to
and then it was okay. As soon as the cow didn't die after 90 days, okay, it's safe.
Yeah.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, of course.
Hello.
Yeah.
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 Oh, sorry. Hey, everybody were quiet.
Yeah.
Oh.
Go ahead.
I would just.
Go ahead.
So you all start talking then. I was just going to say, it surprises me why they've not realised that, you're going back to the milk thing. Why we don't have gorilla milk? Because we're supposed to have evolved from them, aren't we? So.
That would be logical if you followed the Darwinian thing.
Yeah.
But
I'm making a joke.
Yeah. I get it. But when you know that they have 48 chromosomes and we have 46, because we have 23 in a double helix, you know that nature didn't go backwards. And along with half a dozen other, the way their throats are shaped and other things don't re-evolve. They would either have followed a consistent pattern. You could say we all came from the same amoeba and split off in the whole bottom of the pig, but I really am not a huge follower of the Darwinian at all. Logic, especially when you know who Darwin's uncles were and who the seed money that sent Darwin there and what his goal was and how it fed into eugenics and how eugenics fed into the wonderful Planned Parenthood that we have today. And it all feeds into the whole philosophy that we need to have less than 500 million people in nature with harmony and the UN Sustainable Development and Agenda 21. It's all a big picture that when you know it all, the little pieces make more sense.
Yeah, I've never followed evolution because to me it just didn't make sense. It doesn't matter what.
It's a good story, like Santa Claus, but there are holes throughout the whole thing. And when you start seeing so many holes, like the best person, if other than every other word he says is "Yay God," is Ken Hovind, and how he rips evolution to pieces. Him and Lloyd Pye. They not that I suggest you follow their conclusion, but they do rip evolution, both of them, to pieces, just like how you can rip the globe model to pieces.
Have you seen his piece about Running Man? How we are brainwashed? He had a specific example with a particular story. A man was
of Darwin?
Jogging. No, Kent Hovind.
Oh, Kent Hovind?
Yeah, he actually explained how you get brainwashed.
Oh yeah,
by telling you this,
he explained.
And then ask you questions, and you fantasize about the answer, and you think you're right, and that part is confirmed. So your fiction is confirmed in that sense, instead of actually realizing the context. What is the actual truth of the story? It happened on the baseball field. The jogging man. A man went from home jogging, got on the corner, turned left, jogged a little further, came on the corner, turned left, jogged a little further, turned left again, and jogged back to home. And when he came home, he saw two masked men. That was the story. And the questions were, why did he jog, and who were the two masked men? But he didn't say anything about the clue or something. And then he unbrainwashed you by telling you the clue. It all happened on the baseball field. And then the questions are answerable through the context instead of your own fiction. And it's always your own fiction that is confirmed as being the truth, so that you get lost in the fiction. But the actual story is told to you as well. But they always tell the story without the clue, without the context. So
I get that.
Stimulated by your own fantasy instead of the actual context. And that's how they brainwash you. He gave one of these lectures where he explained it. And he also the clue for how we actually do our own fiction.
Not only that, but the Darwin thing, if you look at the whole title of the book, it even says, and the theory of evolution of man, or something like that. It's or the human, or the survival of the human species, or something like that. It basically tells you that he wanted, number one, it goes back to the whole race thing. We're all the human race. We have different ethnicities, but we are all of one race. If the way they made the chart, we are all of the same race. So no one can really be racist at all. It was a word devised to divide and conquer, because if you have to have people divided somehow, because if they unite, then they can share stories and get the facts together. If everyone's divided, then they can't find commonality, and they won't work together. I think the internet has given to where you can have a few enough unique people that are ready to see that there's something else out there, the truth is out there, and get together, because honestly, I would have no other way to talk to people in other countries, let alone other states, 100 years ago, 50 years ago, 20 years ago. Well, 20 years ago would be expensive.
Yep. Yeah, that's why these hangouts are great, because we can talk to people all over the world and share our information and build further on that information that we provide each other.
Oh, the cancer bit, frequencies. Cancer being abnormal cell growth. There are multiple ways to cure cancer because there are multiple different types of cancer. And really most cancer is where your body has some problem doing something, and that cell, with its intention to survive, finds another way to survive. But if you return your body to its correct state, whether it be its pH value, whether it be you might need some more magnesium, maybe you need a little bit of selenium, there are 90 minerals and fatty acids, and the mighty90.com is a doctor that went around.
Yeah.
But there are 90 minerals that you need to survive. And it's kind of like your car. If you're out of windshield fluid, it doesn't make your car not run, but it's hard to wash your windows.
Yeah.
You need them all essential. And when one of them doesn't work, hey, okay, let's just put water in the windshield fluid. No problem. We can still wash our windows. It smears a little bit. Okay, well, that's a cancer. That's an abnormal car function. That's a cancer. But it can only be cured with windshield fluid, not oil fluid, and not tire air.
And that's the problem. That's the problem, because in most of our foods there is less magnesium, there is less vitamin C, there is less all kinds of things we need.
That's because
for our body.
Do factory farming. We use the same fields repetitively. We don't rotate our crops. We're not like the Indians where we move and let the soil rejuvenate. We have, it all goes back to commercialization. We don't work with nature, we force feed it. And the vitamins and minerals we give the plants, potassium, nitrogen, and phosphate, are only what makes the plants happy at their minimum. We don't add calcium and copper and all that stuff to the minerals. It's already been leaked out after hundreds of years in some cases hundreds of years, of the same area being planted, but we don't add it back to it. We don't replenish our topsoil. So yes, our food is nutritionally void, but a little bit of aspartame to taste great.
Yeah, that's indeed absolutely right.
Have actually developed a method out of the past information. They're both microbiologists, and they found a method of transforming grasses and weeds and all the growth what is on land to transfer that in pure compost, in pure humus. That is just a complete break-off of the cellular structure into the components what the plant can use to actually build and grow himself up again. They do this in 3-4 months. And the only ingredient you actually need is cow manure, as the bacteria in the cow stomach is actually built to digest these grasses, break down the cellular structures. This is why the cow manure is the most effective one. Yeah. They started even a company at some point to develop it for the public, and just at the moment they were ready to go onto the public market, they were bought out by the competition.
Yeah.
Because it was a too good product. And nowadays they left to Portugal. And nowadays they have only a website with information of how they do it in small. Yeah, it's just a thing. It's the only way to actually do it, and that's doing it for ourselves. Yeah. The knowledge is basically knowing how to transform grasses and weeds and even wood, all kinds of cellular structures, and break it down into the basic material where plants grow on. You can use it for your own garden.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed. You can. I also had an old book about farming from the 1930s, and they used weeds and spices, weeds. They used to get rid of the bugs. You have to dry those spice weeds, and you can crumble them, and you can throw them between your crops, and that's also a natural way of getting less bugs on your plants or worms and that sort of things. They used it before the Second World War, and now they only use chemicals to get rid of the bugs. But there's a natural way of
give the bugs their own food back. That's the whole thing. Give the food what the bugs need, and then they won't eat your food.
Yeah.
Biological farming.
Yeah. Yeah. But that they don't do that because it's more. You have to do more, and they wanted to get their products as cheap as possible, and earn as much money of them.
Yeah, and the funny thing, how cheaper it becomes, how more expensive it is for our own lives.
Yeah, indeed. That's a problem.
No, it's not more expensive in your life because you have medical insurance. Just your medical insurance is more. But that's okay because at least like 30 or 40% of that goes to pay their salary.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's better to prevent than to actually cure. Is my idea. I mean, it's only costing time and it destroys capital. It's only it's all to hold you actually back from your own development.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But that's not what they want. They want to get as much money as they can, and if the health of the people on the planet is threatened by that, they don't care about that. They only care about the big paycheck.
Paid by sick people. Doctors are paid by sick people instead of actually that healthy people are paying the doctor.
Mm-hmm.
So that his motivation is that his patients are getting healthy.
Yeah.
You know, the representative of how the principle of your work is. Yeah, you need more sick people if you want to get rich as a doctor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's also with a mental hospital. They need the mental patients to get the hospital still run. So they often
help you adjust to the system instead of actually healing you.
No, they don't find the cure for the people because they need the people to stay sick so that they can run their business. That's basically it.
Yeah, the only thing I got from healthcare of mental health.
They need people to smoke and be ill because they need that at the hospital. They need all the drugs to be sold to the people who are then ill from smoking.
It's a commercial.
You need to be a consumer. The system is based on you being a consumer, an ignorant consumer. They don't want you to know that what you're eating will make you sick because you pay your health insurance so that they can take care of you. Their goal is to take care of your illnesses for probably the rest of your natural life. As they say it, from cradle to grave.
Yeah.
They need you to be a consumer. They need you paying into the healthcare system. They need you buying their nutritionally void food or substances.
They need your consent, right? So that's the whole base of lying everything. Turning everything upside down, inside out.
They have shown easily where you can sit there and take chunks of fat and stuff. I think it was Dr. Phil or something like that. Did a bit where he took a bunch of like 7 to 10-year-olds and he took chunks of nasty looking pieces of meat that the kids would never eat, and they put them together and they, chicken or breaded them and did all that other stuff and made them look like tasty. And then the kids like, oh, let me have one. Like,
Yeah.
you know, you would never eat this any other day of the week, but you're just chomping on it because even though you saw me make it, you know, it's kind of like if you saw how they make the hamburger, you'd never eat the meat.
Yeah.
So I would still eat the meat unless I really saw the vaccines they gave and what's in the vaccine, like you were saying. People don't really focus on, they are what they eat. And when we feed, the bit about cows, here, we want to put like fart bags on cows. They fart this nasty gas because we're feeding them corn, not grass.
Yeah.
We're not feeding them what their body is designed to digest, and their body is revolting with nasty smells. Just like when you eat bad food, you get nasty, you know, not saying that broccoli is bad, but if you eat a bunch of broccoli, you get gas. It's just a fact of life. Unless you eat broccoli on a regular basis, and then your body gets the enzymes and proteins within your gut bacteria that you can properly digest it.
Most people go to the doctors all the time to get their prescriptions and to get their antibiotics, but they don't realise if they keep taking loads of antibiotics, they're never going to work.
Well, all the bacteria in their stomach.
That's a
Nowadays,
that's a
I'd
problem.
rather eat the poison. I have no other choice than eat nothing, actually.
Yeah, well, that's a problem. They also feed antibiotica to the farm animals, or they injected with them. So now the antibiotica you had probably about 10 years ago doesn't even work on humans anymore. They have to make it stronger every about 5 years. They have to invent a stronger antibiotica because the other antibiotica from say 10 years ago doesn't work anymore, because we get so much, most of the people get so much antibiotica in their body because they are eating meat that has a lot of antibiotica still in them.
Yeah, you have to overdo that again.
Yeah. And that's a problem.
Can I just interrupt a sec?
A constant antibiotic, what is it? Diet.
Can I just interrupt a sec? Two points. I don't normally get involved in stuff in chat, but Flat Enough Comedy's just been banned. He was protesting because his other channel, Flat Enough, got banned. Flat Enough's actually a decent guy. He's just very opinionated. He deserves really a second chance, Karen. If you feel inclined, just unblock both the accounts because he's not actually a bad guy. He just doesn't realise when to shut up, and I mean that in a nice way. And the other point is my batteries have died on my keyboard, so it's that's like God's way of saying, right, it's time to hit the sack, because it's nearly 1 now. My keyboard's flat, so I'm going to say goodnight all. But thank you for coming, for inviting me back on, guys, and I shall be back on again soon. But I shall catch up with you all again soon. But yeah, give Flat Enough and Flat Enough Comedy another chance, Karen, because he's not a bad lad.
Oh, Flat Enough is back.
Yeah, another day, another dollar.
Okay, Anthony.
Right, guys, I'm off to bed. I'll catch you all later. See you later, Angel.
Good night.
Hola.
Good night.
Night.
See you later. See you later, Chris Hayes.
Yeah, we live in a world of deceit. It was the head of my CIA that said their job will be complete when everything the American public knows is wrong or is false, I think is what he said.
Yeah.
If the truth is so skewed, then when you see a piece of it, you feel like it's too big. You know, it's easy to deny a piece here and there, but when you see so many pieces, it gets to the point where you can't deny it.
Yeah, there are too many pictures pointing in another direction, as that we are told by the media and at the school. And
the media is paid by the drug companies and by the meat producers and by the companies selling all the goods. They're paid in advertisement. So if they turn around and say, hey, the products that we're promoting are actually not good for your health.
It doesn't matter what you
come across.
Yeah.
In fact, it doesn't. Oprah, the big girl, Oprah Winfrey had to pay $1 million because she did a bit on how inhumane it was the way they treat the hamburgers, how they treat the cows before they become hamburgers.
Yeah.
And it shed the meat industry on a negative light, and because the meat industry has a heavy lobbyist, they went up against her bosses and they said, hey, shut her up. Can't do that. We're going to be mean to her. And which is, I think, one of the reasons why she started her own channel, because she said, you know what, I don't really like being told what not to do. But then when she got upstairs, she got sold on to the whole oh, I'm one of the big guys. So this whole Agenda 21 thing, I'm one of the big guys. Yeah, we don't care about those little worthless people, worthless eaters. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if we feed them food that within a generation or two will more than likely make them sterile. If we convince them as children they want to be a different gender so they can go through some reconstruction surgery, making them sterile. If we can give them hormones and vaccines that have a potential side effect to make them sterile. Glyphosate definitely make them sterile.
Mm-hmm.
The population will wean itself within a generation or two. So, Planned Parenthood won't have to be as busy. Yay!
Mm-hmm. That's all big of the one of the. It's all part of the big deception. Yeah, they try to.
Milk them on the way down. It only takes a generation or two.
Yeah.
If your kids can't have kids, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
That's all great and wonderful. Because from here on out, because people won't be able to have kids, it'll be like the Handmaid's Tale thing. There'll be a select few that, the Mennonites and the Amish, the only ones that are able to have kids, and not the ones that are in frack land. But you're going to have where your children are going to be bioengineered, and they won't be yours. They'll be given to you, and if you don't treat them well, or you try to tell them the world is flat, or that the money that in their pocket is really debt money and issued by a bank, not by a government,
currency.
You'll be slapped on the wrist, and they'll give them to somebody else who will follow the game plan and tell them that Santa is real and the sneakers they see behind the curtain belong to God.
Yeah, that's a great perspective you have. They try to get as much control of the next generation as they can.
They don't call it child garden for nothing. They get them young. They want them as young as possible. They want to get them started on their mindset as young as possible.
Yep.
And how do you keep
Can I just say something? You know how the Egyptians did the carvings and that, so that we will see it now, thousands of years ago or whatever. Why can't we do something like that so that our future generation will be able to see what we're doing at this moment in time?
Well, they try to do that in the churches with the windows to tell the story about life. So that's one way of telling the story with pictures, because most of the people couldn't read and write back in the day, and the church told the story with windows in the church or paintings in the church. So we have a bit of that left, but not enough. I agree on that.
But glass gets broken though, doesn't it? We need to find a load of caves and start drawing like the cavemen apparently did.
Mm-hmm. That would be better.
The thing is, there are monolithic structures currently on this planet that tell stories, and people don't believe it, because if enough people are already told a different thing, it doesn't matter what you say. We kind of go by general consensus, even when the general consensus is wrong. Hey, 9 out of 10 doctors like a camel. 9 out of 10 doctors prefer camel after dinner.
Mm-hmm.
You do mean the cigarette, don't you? The cigar thing.
Yeah.
Real camel.
Yes, we do. I'm sorry. I do Winston. How about that? 9 out of 10 doctors prefer Winston.
Well,
Yeah,
most of us are in England. We don't. We know. I know about a Camel cigarette, but
Okay.
you know, the right thing. Some perverted after dinner.
It's a cigarette. Back in when you were allowed to have ads on TV for cigarettes.
Oh, Camel,
Before they-
the brand Camel
That's here in the
cigarettes.
States. I don't know what that's for.
I was brought up with American ads more than English ads.
Well, it also was by the tobacco company back before the Second World War. Most of the women didn't smoke. It was basically men that smoked, but they saw a big. Yeah, they saw after the World War a big drop. Yeah, they saw a big drop in the selling the cigarettes, and the tobacco company lost a lot of money because the men were buying less and less cigarettes. So what did they do? They in the adverts on TV, they used all women. And that was woman movie stars, woman people on TV start smoking more and more, and they after the Second World War they tried to get the revolution that was going on with the women's rights organization. And they tapped into that to get a lot of more women start smoking, so they can get back to their original customer volume, so that they could sell more cigarettes. And that's why they often hijack a protest group to get something sold again that that was decreasing years ago. And that's why they hijacked the women's rights civilization to the tobacco company to get more women start smoking.
You know how they got them to sell instant cake? Instant cake was on the shelf for a year. People weren't buying it until they put on the back of the box, add 1 egg. As soon as you add that bond with nature, started flying off the shelf even today. You can make instant cake without the egg. The egg is there as a non sequitur thing to make you feel happy, that you're not just eating chemicals out of a box.
Well, you can even make cake without sugar. If you just use raisins, you don't have to add sugar.
Honey, cinnamon.
Yeah. Also, my mom, by accident, she forgot to add sugar to apple cake, but she always adds raisins and the apples. And she baked the cake, and it was fine. It was fine. So you don't have to add sugar to cake, just honey, real honey, or just like syrup. I mentioned, maple syrup, real maple syrup, or just raisins, dried up raisins. That also works. But you are told in the cookbooks that you have to use sugar in everything. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, the
Well, it's usually
ingredients.
on the shelf.
Yep.
It's
Isn't
always,
it bad though when we're being manipulated like that?
it's so that we always follow the recipe instead of actually being creative and developing a taste of your own in that sense. Or to get to know your food.
Yep.
Ingredient by ingredient and see what the flavors bring together, etc. The real experience.
But luckily, some product brands are now using less and less artificial flavors, especially here in Germany. We have a supermarket that has local fruits and vegetables and has more biological products than any other supermarket. So
it's on people's radar.
Sorry?
It's on people's radar now. People pay attention to where the food is sourced. They know they're eating chemicals. They're counting chemicals over calories.
Yeah, it's slightly turning in a good direction.
Yeah. You know, I've been to where I will walk out of a store. If they don't have something, I will buy. I don't want it just because it's bright, shiny, tasting good, or is in a new package.
Or has a funny comic book character on it.
Yeah.
What they also do.
Oh yeah, such a child seduction in that sense.
You know, one of the things is vote with your dollars. You know, I try less to vote out of convenience and more to vote out of like what's real food. I wouldn't buy a big thing of not honey. You know, it may look great, but I'm just going to throw it away. I don't even want to buy it. If somebody brought me some like
you have a simple test to see if its honey is real or not. It is not 100% water, not 100% proof. But if you take a spoon of honey and you put it in a cold glass of water, and you wait for about a half an hour, and the honey is still on the spoon, that indicates that it's real honey. Because if it's artificial honey, and you put a spoon of artificial honey in a cold glass of water, it will
dissolve.
It will dissolve indeed. So that's one test.
Which is why on toilets, I think to this day, that they call it a honey pot right around that seal, because the hole that goes down that they put the toilet onto, you put a ring of honey on there, because honey doesn't spoil, and it causes a watertight seal.
That's the only thing where I use Coca-Cola for, is to clean my toilet. It's very cheap.
I've done that. I use Diet Coke for two reasons.
Yeah,
and I have this top that screws onto it. You put 2 Alka-Seltzer in there, put a top, and put a balloon on top, or a little rocket, and whatever it is, it's a little point. You can launch things off of it. I do that. It's fun.
Yeah.
Volcano, you make a volcano, put a little thing. It looks really cool. You know, that's what I use.
Yeah, the same here.
It's engine cleaner with
great cleaning supplies. They should also put the Coke bottles with the cleaning supplies in the supermarket. That would be fun.
That's cleaning material.
It is. It eats through stains. It goes through grease. If you have like drips on your pavement, because it's like petroleum based.
It's cleaning out rust.
Yep. If you leave a coin long enough in it, it will.
It will deoxynate twins.
Yeah.
It's an acid.
I'm going to talk about knitting and crocheting, seeing as we've gone through recipes and cleaning products.
Knitting. That is an art form that I have dabbled in, but can't. Well, I could. If I sat there, I could pick it back up again. But I also like the one where you stretch it out and you go up and down and make patterns.
Angel, can I say something? Series, show yourself and show him some of your work.
Oh yeah.
Let me tell you the first one I did. My mother was making a table set for 12 for my grandmother's Christmas gift or birthday or anniversary or something. And it had, on each one of the placemats was sewn into the table set. And each one was unique for the person. My grandmother, my aunt, my uncle, blah, 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 blah. 12. So me helping, 4 or 5, I don't know how old I was, took a pair of scissors and started chopping on one end while she was on the other end. And my mother's like went berserk because she was almost done. So down towards one end, she has like this really cool like pattern that like turned into a flower in the middle of the thing where like it's where you could put like the potatoes or something. But that was my handy one.
Yeah, that's also something you can pick up on a second-hand store. Old books and some great handiwork.
That is something that you could do. You want to talk about ways to relay information. Many of the old patterns, Scottish and all that other stuff, the patterns that they used represented like different shields and dialects and families and all that other bit.
Yep. Yeah, Sirius is now showing his work.
Yeah.
Very nice, Sirius.
Yeah, he crochets.
Very cool.
Completely built out of triangles. And the flower of life pattern in that sense.
Oh yeah.
Back.
Whoa. Very nice.
Series, put your hat on.
I don't know where my.
Wait for this, because often he looks like Merlin.
All right. I can also see
He's not wearing the right jacket today, because when he puts this jacket on, all he needs with the hat on is a stick.
I think I made like
Merlin.
half a dozen scarves.
Triangles.
They're easy. And I would make blankets where you would make squares and then stitch them all together at the end.
Very cool.
I built everything from the flower of life creator. This is one piece. You start with the 6 on the top and you make it a tube by joining the 6 points together into one, and then you add 6 points again in it, and then you get a flat again. So it's flat, tube, flat. That's a hat.
Oh yeah.
And you do this through the flower of life.
No, it is following the patterns and sticking to it. That is, you make a mistake and you're like, ah.
Yeah. I've done a lot of these.
I did I did things that would be pseudo like that, placemats, pot holders and stuff. But one of the things that I got into as a teenager was where you would take with a plastic fabric or a plastic thing behind it, and you just do the hook things. But I actually was doing it here. It was past the hook things. Those were too big. I was using smaller needles, but you would build it was kind of like build a structure that was with the fabric on the outside. So I had a car, a space shuttle. You know, I was into this. I was really into space at one point. A space shuttle, Columbia, made out of knitting through a plastic frame that outlined it. You know, I made the fin going back and forth. You know, it looked really.
Is that called embroidery?
Kinda, but yeah, I guess it would be embroidery. But I wasn't doing the hook and pull thing. I've done a lot of those. I've made rugs with the hook and pull thing, where you make patterns and, you know. I mean, I was into that thing. I was a little bit. You know, my mother did it. I did it. I also did candles. I used to love to make candles.
My grandma did it. She made a lot of embroidery work, all kinds of nice pattern, because she often made up herself the whole pattern. Not from a book, but just make them self a pattern and then make a nice artwork from it. Very cool was that.
Yeah, I usually always followed somebody else's pattern, except for like on somewhere.
Yeah.
You have the.
Can I just say one thing? I just had a bit of a request that D, who he wasn't very well today because he's not on the actual hangout tonight, but he wondered if you would play the guitar series, do a couple of verses on the guitar.
Me?
Well, too bad Chris Monk is away. They could do a duet.
Yeah, I know. Chris Monk is brilliant on the guitar as well. Go on, series. Give us a quick burst. He's multi-talented, see? Crochet.
Yeah.
He's making our map. And, he plays the guitar.
Well, I found out that most of the people are open-minded, also have they are very good skilled with their hands, often, most of the time. But maybe that is some kind of other way of thinking. But most of the people are open-minded, are into arts and crafts. That's what I found out.
Yeah, my parents are artists as well. My dad is a musician and teaches me music. That's why I can play guitar. And my mother is a painter. And the horse is there, the horse.
Oh yeah, very nice. Yeah, my dad also paints. He's also a very good painter. My mother is very good in making clay models, all kinds of things. So, and I did. Yeah, that's not really an art. It's an art form. I did judo for about 3 years. All right.
Yay! Thank you, series.
Very nice.
Aha.
Yeah, I really lost it. I play everything random actually.
Yay, series. Thank you. Yeah, guys, he's doing that live on a live hangout to people. I wouldn't be able to do it. I'd probably make a mistake. Well done. Thank you, series.
Thank you.
Just to say, guys, we have now been going for over 4 hours. Do you want to do just a little bit more? Because we know we can go to come back and talk about this again. Pyramid talk and all around that is a very popular thing to talk about.
Indeed it is.
Yeah, there's so much to discover in these things. There's a whole world
I'm not
we'll never have touched that.
Indeed, it's a great subject, and we can indeed come back another time to discuss it some more.
Well, maybe if Sly doesn't mind, come back next Sunday as well. Sly, oh, sorry, I was writing about that. I mean, Angel. Angel, will you come back next Sunday then?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I don't think I'm busy.
Yeah, it's all a sort of still a learning curve, isn't it, really?
If anybody, has something to say as far as like, it'll do this or that, that's why I'd like to model it in a computer or model it in people's minds. I mean, there are people who understand how things work. At least they'll say, well, an elephant's not going to come out of it, and, gold isn't going to come out of it. So while I not on board with alchemy being a known knowledge, I'm not going to force it down this structure's throat either. So, but then again, the term alchemy also just means or implies that we're changing the element, which we can do today. We do it through brute force and like the Hadron Collider and through, particle accelerators and stuff. And we do it through chemical reaction. So it is capable of being done. I also think that there are ways to let nature do it, because I think things, like over time, things deteriorate as they are. Elemental decay. Well, it only elemental decays because it's going from the state it's at to what it is its norm base, whatever the environmental baseline is. But if you make the environmental baseline be higher, then it will decay higher. So maybe you want it to decay higher instead of decaying this way. And if you make the environment so that its decay is the other way, that's alchemy by the rawest sense of the word. It's the same thing. If things decay, you get
it's
whenever you have
alchemy.
greed, it will break down.
Yeah.
But if you put it under high pressure and in a vacuum, maybe it'll break up. It all goes towards what its comfort level is.
Well, if you put it in another kind of environment, it will the chance of deteriorating it will become smaller. If you tune it to
like a piece of metal, you take it and you put it on the counter, it will change to the environmental temperature. You put it in a fire, it will change the environmental temperature. Put it in the freezer, it will change the environmental temperature. Now that's kind of the same thing, but if you look at it as something has to, things that are in the state of decay, that's, I just look at it, it really depends on what you consider alchemy and how far you want to stretch the word and what you're willing to really truly believe as far as what can and can't be done by nature. And,
well, you
there are, like you said,
see,
people don't believe that you can cure what is referred to as cancer. You help the body to put the body back in a functioning state.
Yep.
That's curing cancer. If the cancer lessens, your body overcomes the negativity of the cancer. The cancer starts to apoptosis, disintegrate and or turn back into good cells. There's another technical name for that, but I forget exactly what it is. Either way, that's defeating the cancer. And it can be done, but it's done through nutrition and talking to your body and helping your body fight the cancer, not by injecting you with, chemo or lasers or half a dozen other weird things.
Mm-hmm.
Now that there are points you get to where
you
now.
Indeed, you have to make your body fight the cancer.
Right. You help your body fight the cancer. It's your body, given to you by God, designed by God, that if you cut yourself, it patches itself up. No doctor helps you cause that little, scab. No doctor makes the skin come back. Your body does that on its own. It will do that all over your body, but it needs the pieces. If it's out of Band-Aids, it can't fix it. If you're out of platelets, you're going to keep bleeding. It's just, there are things that your body needs to do its job. And because we don't eat the right vitamins and minerals, and because our soil is depleted, and because we're eating chemicals instead of food, all of it is, it's all one big factor. And because it's so big, people don't want to believe it.
That's also the problem, because we get so much chemicals in our food. Your body is so busy with fighting those chemicals in your body, it doesn't have the time to fight off other diseases.
And that's the disease gets its chance.
Yeah, then the disease gets its chance to grow because you're eating so many kind of chemicals that are in the food.
Root canal investments.
Well, I've also I've
Every
been
job you do food pushes the poison of the investment in your food into the bloodstream, and that's what you're doing all the time. And this is what your body is constantly fighting. And it's 97% of the cancer patients, you can actually see they had a root canal treatment in the past.
Yeah,
that's probably.
That's also one thing I want to point out. I've been a vegetarian for 43 years. And until my 25 years, I didn't have one cavity, not one filling in my teeth. So that also is very clear that if you eat healthy, your teeth also will last longer and you don't have as much cavities as other people who eat chemical foods, because also the chemical in the food also makes your teeth go bad, and the chance of getting cavities in your teeth is much higher. I only have one cavity now, and I'm 43 years old, and that's all. So that's all, and I've never broken a bone in my life. I fell down trees. I fell down. I had a bike accident. I broke nothing. And the car hit me on my bike very hard, and I fell down very hard. All kind of blood cuts on my hands, but no bone was broken. And even the doctors say it's a miracle that you didn't even break one bone. So that's also a very great point, that if you eat healthy, your bones and teeth will last much longer. I'm the living example of it because I never broke a bone.
I love the macrobiotic diet.
Yeah.
At least until my 17th.
Yeah.
And after that, I never managed to get the same days back, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, my parents did everything themselves. They had always the garden. They completely developed this composting method, etc., etc. They were all totally into this. Never actually had the true lessons in that sense. But yeah, it wasn't the way of the world. Huh?
Yeah, I know because when I was a vegetarian, when in the 80s at school, nobody was a vegetarian, so most of the people ridiculed it because they thought if you were a vegetarian, it was unhealthy. Now, I'm the living proof that I'm still healthy. I'm not often sick. The last time that I was sick was last year, but before that was 10 years ago. So I'm only sick once in the 10 years, 20 years.
If you take it also with food, the only food what actually feeds us is living food. You can actually see the energy through special photography that what the energy is.
All the plants have the different energy, and all of the plants have the different vibration. If you really listen to a plant, what most people don't do or can't because there's too much noise pollution in your area. Yeah, but if you go to a more isolated place where there's not a lot of noise pollution and you ease yourself and meditate a bit, you can hear the frequency of plants very clear. And all plants have a different kind of frequency.
In the supermarket, you will find mostly that the products they like oatmeal, especially the maize how do you call that? Cornflakes. Cornflakes, yeah. Cornflakes is just when you take that same photograph of the energy, the cornflakes has just no energy. It's just completely dead. And that is what you don't need.
Yeah.
No food anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It has a good taste, but that's all.
Yeah, that's basically it. It only has a good taste, but the nutrition value is none.
Yeah, vegetables.
Well, it's been boiled and fried. It's completely destroyed.
Yep.
As a child, I always ate straight out of the garden, as raw as possible.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I also try to eat as much as raw products as possible. And I have a little garden now going on in my backyard. And I eat as much as... and I'm also blessed that there is a farmer nearby who farms basically eco food. So he doesn't use pesticides. He has 3 chickens running around on the farm, not a lot. And so a lot of my foods I get at that farm because he doesn't use pesticides and all those things. So it's often handy to get your products on a local farm, which doesn't use any kind of chemicals. You will be surprised that often so that kind of farm is very close by. I found one, and that's only 2 kilometers from my house, so it's even closer than the supermarket.
Chris is back.
Hey, Chris is back.
Chris is back.
We're still here, Chris.
You still there?
Hey.
That's good. No, sorry, I just had to run out there, and I'm back now.
Didn't you take didn't you take secretly a nap or something?
A nap? Yeah, no, I just had to run out, and
I know it was just a joke.
A nap would have been good though.
Yeah. I often do one after my dinner. I take a nap for about an hour. We're glad to have you back again.
Chris, you've missed Series playing the guitar.
Oh,
wow.
Hey, Chris, being very cheeky, he's just come back. Will you play us one on your guitar?
Oh, you want me to play a tune? Oh, just a second.
Yeah, go play the one that you've written, the song you wrote.
Just a minute here.
It's a musical night tonight, guys. It's obviously all to do with the frequencies and whatever, with the pyramids, and they're all frequencies, weren't they?
Well, yeah, some positive frequencies with the guitar.
Experimented with taking your guitars and playing certain chords and dance and stuff? Probably not.
Well, I bet Chris did some experiments with that because he is very into tunes and frequency.
Yeah, I'm not a musician guy, so unless I had in fact, I could. I've got, with my iPhone, I have a dog whistle thing where I can set certain frequencies. So I guess I could hook it up to a speaker and see what certain frequencies do with certain water.
Well, they even did an experiment in the 70s with plants and music.
Yeah,
and
I think it has something to do. If you play music like Bach and Beethoven, that's at 432, the water will be calm and flow through the veins of the plant happily. If you play music that makes the water molecules snap, then what's happening is you're destroying the cell structure within the plant itself and within the veins of the plant, and you're hindering the plant. You're causing babies, cavitations within the plant of where the water is breaking apart.
Yep.
That's
well, that did an experiment.
What the music shows.
Yep. They did an experiment in the 70s, and indeed, in one room they played classical music. In another room they played some kind of speed metal. And the plants did grow better in the room that was playing classical music.
Now, I really think if you took the speed metal and put it at 432, even with it being speed metal, could be still harmonic.
Oh yeah, of
I
course.
think it has to do with more with the harmonics than the, the music.
Yeah.
Because you can play, orchestra, music really loud too, and it really has to do with the vibrations that come through. If you have vibrations that you're standing there in the church thing, and all your cells are kind of exploding on a microscopic scale, that's causing great trauma. You're gonna leave there and be like, "Oh, I'm exhausted," as opposed to where you're giving it, where it's helping the water break down into smaller molecules and becoming more fluid. They call that not orgo. What do they call that? Not ozonated. They have a name for it. Alkaline. Alkaline is where they add more pH. There's a word where the water gets in better shape. But either way, and it will flow better. And I think that has to do with putting the water in that of the correct vibrational energy. The right number of water molecules, they clump together in like little pods. You don't actually have just individual water molecules. They kind of clump together. And depending upon I believe it goes back to the surface tension, which has to deal with the pH value and stuff, because it has to do with the magnetics and the vibrations within it. Yeah. But if you get it to smaller clumps, then it flows through your veins better. And
you can also feel that when you are in a church and they have a pipe organ that plays and you sing in the same key as the pipe organ, you can feel the whole vibration to your whole body. I don't know if you ever done that before, but sometimes I go to a church where they sing with the pipe organ playing, and you can feel the whole vibration going through your body of the pipe organ, and it makes make you sing in a better key.
And there are times, I'll believe that, because it's vibrating your vocal cords.
Yeah.
All you're doing is exhaling, and it's already creating the overwhelming vibration, and you just kind of have to key in with it.
Yeah, it's more easy to sing with the pipe organ, because the chance of getting off key is very small.
Look, Chris has got his guitar ready.
Yep.
You're muted though, Chris.
Yeah, and Muddy's actually warmed up, so this might be a little rough. It takes a while to get the fingers warm.
Yeah.
Oh.
But this would be what you call a cold shot in the dark here. Let's see. The one I was working on before? Yeah. Can you actually hear it?
Yep.
Okay. Something like that.
Yay! Thank you.
Kind of rough, but
Yay! Very nice. At the last part, you were playing a little bit of a blues sound.
oh yeah, like a yeah.
Yeah. Very nice.
Yeah, it's kind of like a finger picking blues.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah.
Chris, what about the song you wrote?
Well, that was it. Part of it. Yeah.
That was it. Was that one? Oh, right. Okay, sorry. Whoops. You sent it to me. I thought it was a little bit different than that. Sorry. It's lovely.
Oh, well,
That was really...
there's 30 or 40 of those on there. Yeah, I got all kinds of tunes.
One the other day. I thought it was a bit different than that.
I have to actually go back and listen to it.
Yeah.
I usually write one or two, one every other day or so. Yeah, so I have to go back and listen and see what I did. Yeah.
Yeah, see, multi-talented men here.
Indeed. Well.
Yeah.
Oh. Theories, you all right there?
Yeah, he was getting something, I think.
Yeah, I want to ask you guys now.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys actually came across the topic or not, but the whole subject of
brings food from the neighborhood back home. The mother.
Whoops.
Yeah, from the whole global warming thing, because it kind of ties into what we're talking about, as far as electricity goes, and how this is an electric type of setup versus what we're told. From gravitation babble. I've been doing a lot of research into the so-called global warming hoax.
Yeah.
And there's becoming a lot of science now that's coming out that's talking more of roughly around 2018 to 2024, the solar minimum is actually going to come back, and it's would be similar to what we went through in the 1400s, the Middle Ages. And also there was a great winter, but they've definitely identified a cycle. And it looks like we're headed more towards actually and maybe class as a mini ice age, like another ice age coming, and a downward decline. Have you guys looked at that at all?
Yeah, I've seen a video about it, that it's more the possibility of we getting into another ice age is higher than the global warming.
The other way around.
Yeah, I think it's. I look at it. The so-called authority in the media, so forth. They do seem to have a habit of reversing everything that they say. But, they present you one thing when actually the truth is the opposite.
Well, also one person. Well, I don't believe it's 100% true. He he had old photos of the Statue of Liberty, and he investigated that, and it was taken at high tide. And he made the same picture now at high tide, and the water level was, roughly the same. I don't know if it's true or not. So the water level didn't really go up as much as they say in the media.
Well, I can tell you the mean water level hasn't gone up, at least in the last 50 years, because I know exact locations that are still at the exact mean water level at shorelines.
Yeah. Yeah, that was also what he was investigating, and he indeed showed some some things that you can clearly see that the water level at high tide was the same. So you also investigated in that and found out the same thing. Yeah.
There was a physicist physicist John L. Casey. He's retired actually. He's worked for NASA at one point, and he was climate advisor to the president at some point in his career. But he's come out now as a whistleblower of sorts, and he's basically saying that we're headed towards an ice age. He's quite adamant and upset about it, because he's feeling like they're suppressing his information and whatnot. But,
I probably have seen that video, because I saw a video from a while ago that indeed the guy was talking about that we are heading into another ice age.
yeah.
And he made it very clear with all kinds of diagrams and history things that you can very clearly see very clear that we are heading in that direction.
Yeah, it seems to have a lot more weight, I think, than anything else we've seen. Yeah. And it would kind of make sense. It makes sense, why the big rush on, they're thinking about, the seed vault, and what's the purpose behind that being, buried in the ice in the Norwegian area. And if you look at what the, the upper echelon of society is supposed to be doing, they're investing huge dollars into projects like the seed vault and the tunnel to Switzerland, and deep underground bases that are being currently, filled with food.
Yeah,
right?
I saw some videos in the United States. I don't know where exactly. You have a big underground base into a hill, and it goes on for miles and miles and miles. Jesse Ventura on his investigation program went into that structure, and he didn't even get to the end of it because it was so deep. You could maybe store 1,000 jumbo jets in that, and it wouldn't be full. And it was all in use.
Yeah, in this area in Canada, we're a big farming belt, right? So we grow a lot of food. And I know a lot of truckers and one in particular that I've seen the videos, they're hauling food into those deep underground bases by the truckload.
Yep. Very clear.
Right. Yeah. And I've seen the first-hand video myself. It's not just I had the guy's cell phone in my hand, right? And I know him personally, so he's the guy that runs the truck. Right.
Yeah. Well, closer to the source you can't get.
Yeah. Yeah, it was the next best thing to being in the truck myself.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering, when you look at the behavior, right? You look at what they're saying in the mainstream, and then you actually look at the behavior that what they say versus what they do. That type of analogy.
Mm-hmm.
I looked at John L. Casey's work in it, and it seems like John L. Casey's work and all the charts and the solar minima and all of his data I can't find any flaws in it.
No.
So I think he's right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that kind of ties into the pyramid thing, I think, in a way, and the ancient megalithic structures, and also Cappadocia, all the cities that were underground. Yeah. And I think they, the ancient people may have been leaving a bit of a warning type of thing, saying, this has happened before and it's going to happen again, and it happens this often, right? Yeah. Every 2,000 years. The last big one was 79 AD, and that's, which I found was interesting. I was looking at some charts. The last bad solar minima was about 79 AD, and that lines up with the pictures of the Renaissance that we were looking at, dated from that period, that shows the big spheres falling out of the sky, right? 79 AD, same year, exactly the same year. And I think the next one's around 2018.
Yeah. Yeah, I probably saw the same video, because everything you say, I remember again.
There's also the sprites. If we look at the sprite activity and the Northern Lights, they just recently caught some phenomena. They called it Steve because they'd have no idea what to call it, but it was actually a vortex, like a tornado vortex coming down through the north in a plasma vortex. And it hasn't been seen much before. But when we look at the cycles of the charge, just based on the charge of the system, it looks like it's starting to discharge like rapidly. So this vortex was formed. The sprites are increasing. People are seeing, the weird, fork lightning and stuff in the skies increasing.
Yep.
So it looks like the system's starting to charge off.
Yeah, it's very clear that something is changing. Yeah. It all points to the direction of the next ice age.
Yeah.
And they want to sell us global warming, but I think that's basically to get as much tax of our gas-run vehicles. That's they want to put global warming in place so they can tax more.
They push the oil industry, and then they tax them for using it.
Well, yeah, I think the whole global warming and the carbon tax thing is definitely a bit of a ruse, right? It looks to me like they're trying to do that to maximize the profit and suck as much money into the system to guarantee that when it's all said and done, they have the maximum, self profit, right?
Because back in the 80s, we had a big campaign in the Netherlands that was called Sour Rain, because a lot of forests were harmed because of sour rain.
Yeah.
And there was a big campaign for that, and it suddenly went away. Now I know for sure that there are a lot of more cars than there were back in the 80s in the Netherlands and Europe. So where did the sour rain go?
Yeah. And this all this ties into the pyramid technology.
Yep.
And trying to learn how that society works so that we can be ready to do it again, right? To be able to generate our own power and hydrogen and food and water and clean water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm also searching in a lot of. I'm very glad you showed me that site of all those old newspaper articles. You can also do a lot of investigating about things that are already invented back in the 1900s.
Oh yeah, now they had electric cars. I mean, the electric car was the first car was actually an electric car, and it worked great. And it had 35 horsepower and went like 80 kilometers an hour.
Yeah. And back in the 60s, they even added a solar panel to it, and it ran fine.
Yeah.
It could recharge itself.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So, and I even have a story, but I have to find the newspapers of it. Back in the day, my dad witnessed a car in the 60s that was running on water fuel. So I have to search the newspaper articles, but I can't find them till now. But he told me a story that they did a test with water fuel cells with the electric car back in the 60s, 1960s. So I have to find the newspaper clippings. I still can't find them till now, but my father witnessed it when he was young, and they had the car running on rainwater back then. So about 50 years, the technology of running cars on electricity and even tap water or rainwater, it's already there.
Angel, you're in the States, right?
Yes.
Are you seeing much change as far as like in the public unrest type of thing? Is a lot of what we're seeing in the news actually true, or is it most of bogus, or do you think people are prepping and like you see a lot of that stuff?
As far as the ice age, or as far as us manipulating weather?
Well, just in general, like I know in Canada here, we see a lot of stories coming out of the States where there's a lot of rioting and unrest and civil rights being taken away, and cops in the streets.
I can tell you civil rights. On my YouTube channel, I have an arrest where I was told I was arrested, and the police say I wasn't arrested. But so I know they abuse their authorities wherever they want, and then backtrack as much as they want. And because I'm one of those freaks that has this little camera that I snap on right here and only takes a few seconds. I caught the whole thing, and he's like, "What's that?" I'm like, "My camera." And he's like, "You can't have that." And I'm like, "What?" And he took it away from me. And then his whole story changed because he realized, and it's undestructible media. Well, they could cook it in a microwave if they wanted to or something, but they didn't know how to delete it. So, and even if they did, I can recover it. I'm one of those weird freaks as well. But what I'm getting to is, I've seen it. Yes, police overstep their authorities here. They're taught to. In fact, right now we have a shoot first policy that's being taught. They're given. I don't know how deep you are into the depleted uranium world, but what we do is we take our MRAPs, our mine resistant, whatever RAP stands for, something personnel carrier, and we use them on the proving grounds, get them littered with depleted uranium dust, and then we give them to our local sheriffs and police stations and say, here, have this cool toy, which is, in my opinion, making our sheriffs and stuff sick because they're just being around depleted uranium, which is God's gift to nothing. And not only that, but it's putting this heavy equipment into positions throughout the country that when they're ready to pull the trigger, snap the fingers, all the equipment is already there. Deployment isn't necessary. It's already deployed. Yeah. And you already have a copy of the keys. And the contract is they have to maintain it and run it and use it in grades and stuff like that and keep it up. So the tires are nice, it's all good. So they're doing all the maintenance on it. They're white elephants that they really can't use, but they do use. They serve parking tickets with these things. They'll drive through your front door with these things and say, "Oops, wrong house." Yeah. They because they have it. It's like they have a battering ram. They use it and they say, "Oh, it was a screen door."
I saw recently where the Department of Defense via Trump took over NASA too, right? So so defense is now taking over the space agency officially. From what I can tell.
Defense is going to start lying to us now?
What's that?
The defense is going to start lying to us now?
I don't know, but I know he reenacted something. He signed off on an executive order, but I could pull up the story. But.
I don't think Trump believes in the UN flag that the Earth is flat, which kind of makes me question Obama because he believes in the UN. So.
Yeah, I don't know.
wonder if people actually have to live double lives when they're sitting there talking, because I'm careful. When I say Earth, I mean ground, terra. When I say planet, I'm referring to roundness. And I try to really keep them different in my mind because terra, Earth, flat. It's terra, it's Earth, it's flat.
Yeah.
It goes on.
Can I ask you? We haven't actually asked you, Angel. So do you believe in flat Earth then? Because you believe in pyramids.
Well. Honestly, I'll tell you where I got this. It was Tony, Anthony, is in the main chamber down here, and I'm working with elevations, water, what's going on. And I said to him, "Well, this thing is so perfect. It's one of two things. It's either keyed to the center, and this shaft that protrudes out is probably a 18th or a 32nd of an inch higher on this side." And he said, "Why?" And I said, "Well, because the Earth is round and, curvature of the Earth, it's either flat or this is so perfectly bowed, it goes with the curvature of the Earth. Or it's flat to this side and it's actually on an uphill, so all the gases escape this way." And that's when he said, "Well, what makes you think the Earth is round?" And I said, "Well, that's makes me think that's not up." And that's kind of where, because I was already if I didn't already know that I was lied to about a lot of things, and I wasn't really willing to listen to a potential story, I would have never opened my eyes to it. But I live here at the beach, and I've gone down to the beach, and there are pieces of land that he pointed out to me are 60-some miles away that I shouldn't be able to see from the beach that I can see. And I really like the example with the clouds that I never ever thought about until today, but I get to go to the beach all the time. I live in Huntington Beach, and that the cloud one is one that is really a deal killer. I mean, I'm really wondering what's going to happen with this eclipse, because they do have a working model, and I wonder how it's going to relay to what really physically happens. Because I know the one that in Santiago or whatever it was that they pointed out, like didn't happen the way they pointed out it was. That was a big thing. It's like, well, you said it would do this, and it actually did this, and it worked out more the way what is it, Antonio, what's his name, said, over what people's cameras, over what the projection was supposed to be. So
Well,
the
Chris
video
is-
and the pictures tell the
Chris
truth.
has been doing his, by the way, Angel. We've got part 1 and part 2 to show that it doesn't work.
It what?
Chris has we've made part 1, and we made part 2 the other day to show that the eclipse, as they've got it, don't work.
Well, we'll find out. I'm luckily within semi range of it. I'm going to see a good chunk of it. I won't see a complete darkness. I'm not in the penumbra, whatever the thingy is, the dark spot in the middle, but I will be able to witness part of it. I'm going to get, like they say, 80% coverage or something like that. So I'm going to have eyes on this. And actually, Tony and I are going to try to have eyes on simultaneously from different parts of the world, so we can talk about what's going on. And he's doing that thing with the van. I'd be on board with that, except for I'm on this side of the pond. But I do plan on being on the phone with him and simultaneously looking at the same dot in the sky and seeing what we can see. Because I think
Indeed, yeah.
reality, not what I'm told at this point.
There's a lunar one tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't think I.
Tomorrow.
But yeah, I'll look into that one as well. But I am on board with the whole trying to help with the solar thing. And I also did some input from for Antonio during his whole solar noon high tide thing, where we can float the egg. Whatever it was, the day when it was at 90 degrees from everywhere. You know what day I'm talking about? I don't. The solstice,
Yeah.
when it was, when it broke, the point where the sun is at the, it wasn't over the equator, it was over one of the, it was about 2 months ago.
Right,
when it passed.
okay.
The solar thing has certain points where it's at stages.
Yeah, the vernal equinox. Yeah.
Whatever he said.
Yeah.
So
the
evidence is speaking for itself, and that the globe model just doesn't hold water.
That's true. That's really true. Because obviously we're a flat Earth group.
Well,
Can I just say, I hate to be a party pooper, but we have been going for 5 hours now.
If you want to sleep, go for it.
I think it's time we wrap up slowly, but usually what I do is I just go round. So, Artist, we'll go to you first. Artist, tonight.
Yeah.
Summing
It was a great hangout again, and I got a lot of information that I can research, and I was glad to be in this group with open-minded people. We provide a lot of information to each other, and it's always glad to be here. Also, what I want to show very, very, very quick is there was also a solar eclipse that went through America in 1918.
Yeah, I was here for that one. And it also went through Hawaii.
Yeah, and also one in 19.
It was 91 or whatever it was.
Yeah, and you also had one in 1918. So 1918. It's in old newspapers. You can see that the solar. I can show you very quick if you want to see the article.
Go on then, Artist.
Yeah, I was all research is also always good.
You see, we can't leave the hangout. We'll be here tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Can you see this?
Yes.
That was in.
Oh, hang on.
I can see what date it was. May the 4th, 1918. You had a solar eclipse going through the United States. Just to show you.
I see that.
That's almost the same.
Almost the same path, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I found out. That was almost the same path, and it's almost 100 years ago. Oh, that's very interesting. Other than that, you can find it on the Library of Congress. All those
So much for a solar system in the galactic orbit. You know, where it's supposed to do the up and down over 25,000 some odd years, right? You shouldn't see a pattern repeat because
how much you can find, how more you can actually find back in the papers.
Yeah. And that's why I'm glad Chris showed me that site some time ago. And I'm typing all kinds of things in it to find all kinds of old newspapers that will show that some things already are invented, some things already happened in the past.
Yeah, 1960 was the first electric car, fully running. Right.
Yeah. I stopped presenting now. Okay, but it was very fun to do this, very educative to do this hangout. So I was very glad to be in it.
Artist, will you come back next Sunday then?
Of course. For you, I will come.
There you go. They're going to be in the hangout now. So thank you, Artist. Angel, sum up. You said rather a lot of stuff today again, didn't you, Angel?
What stuff?
Rather a lot of information.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Well, like I said, I don't mind sharing, and I'm happy to take input. I really want to truly reverse engineer the structure, not rebuild it. I came into it thinking it was a pump. I looked at what it was doing. I thought it was water filtration. I can tell based on just logic what's going on in there. I'm not sure what the end game is. And when I look at what the other structures do, and I know that there is communication within the structure, those extra pieces aren't there for no reasons at all. It's a lot more than we're told. And I think people should really address it, without trying to offend anybody. When I said, take your head out of the sand, I mean it by take that shape structure and take it out of the desert, pretend it has nothing to do with tomb stories, people building it for any magic reasons or spaceships or anything of that nature, and read the structure. Just focus on the structure and, wipe your mind clear of the tomb dogma. And I think there's a whole lot more to it. And I'm willing to discuss with anybody, and I'm easy to get in touch with.
Is that, Angel? Maybe 2 years ago, we were looking at the pyramids as being burial chambers, just burial chambers, and now look how it's changed.
I've been looking at it since 2012 is when I started this. If you look at my first video, it was 2012. And that's
videos on YouTube would have had just that the pyramids are burial chambers, which
I'll go with that one. Yeah, most of them are burial chambers. In fact, even most people that I speak with ask me about missing capstones, and I try to show them a picture. I'm like, they are telling you the wrong thing. This structure never had a capstone. No one's going to make me think that had a capstone. And when I'm able to decrypt what it says up there and prove that there's communication, then the whole capstone thing is out of the business. If I can get somebody to go up there and knock down that that
So what that
antenna
means
that's on
is
top.
that's a kind of, that for sure is a different kind of pyramid.
Well, pyramid is a pyramid. I mean, are you talking about the shape, or are you talking about its function? I believe this one, maybe the one in Bosnia, and like 2 or 3 others on the planet may be performing a like function. There are other pyramids that have other shapes and don't quarantine energy like this one is designed to do. The one that's in Bosnia may as well, but it's currently buried under dirt, so we don't know what its surface looks like. And anybody who thinks there's a had a exterior structure, if you look at the way it's waved, I pointed this out the other week, the way that this whole thing is made, it's made where each one of the steps are in waves to bring the static electricity up to this area, which ironically enough is where the shaft meets it to suck it down. But this would not have a function if there was some pretty opal limestone quartz exterior on it. So I don't believe there was any exterior on this structure, on any of these particular larger pyramids. The smaller ones, some of the ones that are falling apart, there may have been some exterior structure on there because it's fallen apart. I could totally believe that, but I do not believe these structures have any exterior. Maybe at the bottom where they stole some stuff, there may be 100 rocks out of the whole thing missing, but I don't think that there were thousands of stones on the outside of it. I think it exactly is as it's been for a millennia or more. Well, more than a millennia, at least 3. That would be 3,000 years. And I don't know what's before that because, like I said last time, I can't prove anything more than 300 years ago because everybody's dead, and we have to kind of trust what's recorded in books.
Do you think there's any, just a question, do you think there's any validity that the, on the top there, the way the shadows form because of the little garden area? Yeah. Do you think there's any validity that it actually is a Hebrew letter for the word Yah? Yah or Jah? Yeah.
I am not opposed to that. I'm also not opposed to trying to take, now that I'm aware of the technology or science, if you want to call it that, to take a pan of water and a frequency generator and see if I can't make water splash in a pattern like that. Like it may be symmetrics, it may be a frequency, it may say E sharp or F minor. I mean, numerically. I do know that this part here is planned because the way that rock is that's one rock and it's actually cut like that, just like how some of the rocks and some of the other structures are molded into the corner. This was done that way intentionally. It was not cut or carved or no ice age thing, scraped it. There is a method to why they did it that way. And there's communication within this. It is an odd color intentionally to make it stick out, to say this is something unique, pay attention to me. And, we don't get up there except for now with helicopters and things. No one could do that up until 150 years ago. So no one really got up to the top there unless you walked up there, and cameras were really expensive and black and white. So no one could really see this to really actually take a look at it. You could from air because it was meant to be read from altitude.
Yep.
And there is communication within that. And if there was a capstone on top of this structure, golden capstone of quartz and opal or whatever, it would be huge. So no one can make me believe there was a capstone on this structure. The middle one, you could sell me on that one, but not this one. And I think that's one thing that a lot of people, that's my biggest thing, is when people bring up the capstone, I'm like, you haven't, I know right then and there, they haven't really looked at the structure and tried to, the way you question NASA, the way you question the Earth, you look at the structure, not the stories. The stories give you a preconceived mental image. And that's a great thing about stories, and why I try not to go with stories. I go with pictures. And I don't believe there was any exoskeleton on this structure. And I think this is really evidence that there's no exoskeleton on this structure. That picture right there. That's what I'm holding up. That's a better picture of it.
Well, it's indeed very good that you only go with pictures. Yeah.
And you notice that one leg goes right to the corner. That's because it's relieving the static electricity that builds up on the exterior of the structure to this very day. If we took that off, that structure would turn back into a big Van de Graaff generator.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
And then people would go up there and their hair would stand on end and they'd be like, hey, we're on the top of a big Van de Graaff generator. Hey, look, I can shoot sparks from my fingers, and everything it says that they could do in the 1800s. We could take a bottle and put rag in there with some water, and we could do all sorts of things. And, you know, because it's a big static electric generator. Now, what can you do with that? Well, that's the rest of the structure.
Yeah.
That's the free electricity. And we shun static electricity because you can't do anything with it because it's such a minute amount. But when you have something the size of a pyramid, it's not minute.
No.
Yeah. I'm wondering, that picture you have of the top of the Great Pyramid, is that the only picture you have of that? Or
no, I got video. You got the helicopter flyovers. There's a great one. There's a company, Panocam or something like that, where they take drones and they put like 24 megapixel cameras and they fly over. That they have a flyover of that structure. I use their video a couple of times, grabbing it in snapshots. In fact, if you go to
I can find it.
off of my website, I have a link. I'm trying to remember what it is. I think it's sheets.giza.ws or something like that. I think it's to the no, it's not sheets. What do you call those things? Presentation.
I will find it.
Anyway, it's there's a bunch of them. You know, luckily nowadays we have digital cameras, and you can even from Google Earth you can see that it's a different color. You know, if there was an exterior or something like that came off of it, it wouldn't be nice and flat surface with a grooved out area with a sticking up thing with little fins on it, looking like, read me, I have information. I'm like a crop circle sitting here waiting to be read.
It's also with the other pyramids. The Great Pyramids has more rooms in them. They found more rooms in them. The Great Pyramids. Also one going up, and the other pyramids only have those downward shafts, I believe. Sometimes
when you look at that, the rooms, how they are, they're math. It's like 2 with 1 sticking up with, you know, it's all math, how you read, like you would read it in a CAD. They spoke in math because math is like a common thing.
Yep.
And they really, what they did is everything referenced something else. Everything was relational data, which is why the squiggles on the outside relate to the water levels and the niches in the, I believe, within the chamber, telling you what is the perfect height for the goal you're looking for. It may be right there in the center of the room is where a bolt of lightning. Now this is where I believe Symmetrics, we can generate those patterns also, and I believe it's in sand.
I just was wondering why only the Great Pyramid has more rooms and one going up, and the other pyramid doesn't have the room going up.
Well, because the Great Giza Pyramid is the negative, and it's also the functional one. I think the other ones are setting the base. The second pyramid next to it has a smooth section towards the top. It has an antenna on the top built into the structure. And if you look at the east side, there's a spot where there's a wave that comes down. If you look at it, it stays at one particular elevation, but joins the lower section. That's kind of a ground, taking the static electricity and venting it up and off the system. So no static electricity builds up on the surface of that structure. And hence the water within the base around it is venting off electrons to fill the void, because nature abhors a void. So the water within there is venting electrons, which are being sent off. The water around the Great Giza Pyramid is actually stagnant because the static electricity is kept on it. And the other pyramid, the one where the water actually goes is at the same level. That one's where it's at ground with nature. It's venting off and keeping whatever the average is, and it shorts right to the water. That's your ground. And I think you're playing with the dielectric between I don't think dielectric's the right word, between the buildup of static electricity on the one, that structure, and the other structure is the antithesis of it, the lack there.
Oh, okay.
And between the two of them, that's your play. That's electricity. And that's just nature. That's black and white.
Just like a battery, the positive and negative side.
You could, if you had a big enough thing, I think you could do it with a big copper umbrella in a backyard just to pull static, just like how Tesla had the big dome out on the top of a wooden structure. He had a metal dome on a wooden structure, shorting it to ground. He took ground and he actually brought the electricity below ground, brought it down to the water table. So the electricity wanted to go down below ground because that was the path of least resistance, and he was tapping it off of there. He was sucking the power out of the sky and transmitting it actually through the ground. And that's what, when you get into Eric Dollard and you look at what he shows you, is what RCA was experimenting back in the 1960s. But because it was so efficient, they shut the project down.
Mm-hmm.
Probably should let Karen go. She looks like she wants to go to sleep there, but just I brought it up just for reference.
I just yawned, but we have been on here for 5 hours, and it's all really interesting. I don't really want it to stop, but we'll be back next Sunday. But we were just having a little go through summing up, but we started Angel started talking
so much. I mean, I could, if somebody's willing to listen, I could talk forever, because I want somebody to say, no, you're completely off your rocks, or hey, there's a lot to this. And there's just more information pounding out. Somebody says, well, that's just this and this, just coincidence. I'm like, there's too many coincidences. And I don't care about coincidence. At this point, I want to rebuild it. I want to put it on a pool table. I want to put it in a classroom. And I just want to make a pretty cool waterfall out of the structure without modifications, without flapping doors, without moving pistons, because there's no moving parts in this. It's all stagnant parts, and that's what's really even better about it, is how they work with nature. Gravity, buoyancy, density pulls it down through the system. Gases go up, capture it, bring it back down as a liquid. It's just a big circle of life. It's
fascinating.
You weren't talking about those kind of things. It sounds like it's a weather making machine.
I think it kind of, they probably learned from nature. It goes up there, coagulates in the clouds, comes back down. Well, how could we do that? Well, how about we make a cloud machine in the king's chamber? And maybe it never turns into water. Maybe it is just a cloud, and maybe it is just a vapor, and maybe there's more gases, and it's kind of just working off a basic symmetry of everything, and it's just least resistance for those electrons to get off of the surface of the structure and into the battery, wherever the battery is. And I think the battery's at the bottom of the third structure, or the battery's off-site. Because if you look at what they like to call the carpe diem, the thing that has, they like to say it's a mass burial chamber, 20-some rooms of little elevated boxes that are empty with no markings on them, that's because those were batteries. Those were cells in a big battery, a huge battery. And I could show you what we today in our world do with 2 volts, because we can string gels. They string together 12 24-volt batteries. Sorry, 12 2-volt batteries to make 24 volts to run phone systems, or they run 24 of them together to make 48 volts to run, phone systems, depending on what they run on. And those things will run a hospital for a week. And these things are the size of washing machines. Heavy, 560 pounds each, and they're only 2 volts. And so if you get enough cells together, with like you do in AA batteries, you put more cells to get more voltage. You string them together, you can get a lot of power out of a little voltage. And water is 1.25 volts surface tension. And if you can string that together like people do nowadays with the little egg crates, and they'll make little egg crate batteries that can light a little light bulb out of. we just now are recognizing what we can do with low voltage. Before that, it was all poo-pooed.
Yeah.
Electricity has been around forever.
Yeah.
You could have made a battery out of dirt and two pieces of metal and made a little tiny spark ever since forever.
Yeah.
But it was always poo-pooed as too little energy to do anything with. But it's been there forever.
Mhm.
Yeah, I've seen Earth batteries pushing 3 kilowatts, so it's pretty easy to do.
I really don't want to stop Angel, and I know he's really interesting, but as I said, we've been going now for 5.5 hours. I have to get up to go to work, but comes back next Sunday then.
Yep.
And carries on.
Well, I'll say goodnight there, and I just wanted to show you that it does kind of look like the letter H on the top of that, just in Hebrew, Paleo Hebrew type of lettering, just from that angle. I don't know what.
Well, that's one thing I want to try to get is somebody with a, and they do let you fly drones over it, or at least they did a couple of years ago. They're always changing rules. To get somebody with a drone that can do stereo, so we can actually get depth and a 3D print out of that, because there is, my brother would be to get like a 3D print out of it, like, you know, a little 3 foot by 3 foot model, so I could sit there and stare at it for hours on end until I figure it out.
Yeah.
Photos don't really do it justice because I can't get it from all sides, and these guys spoke in relational data, so I need to see what's at what and what's below, and you know, there's information there, and it's like a crop circle.
Yeah.
It needs to be read, and I'm not going to dismiss there's a couple of guys with pieces of wood up there that made cool designs in the sand after they stole the capstone.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you folks have a good night, and everybody else online have a good night.
Oh, thanks, Chris. Series?
I'll stop sharing there.
Thank you, Chris. Anything to say?
And you guys all take as many pictures of the clips thing as you can, and note down how it works and what you can see, because
I figure we can really model out of it as well.
The more data, the more closer to reality we can get.
Yeah.
My answer is the truth.
Maybe
it's out there.
he would just like to stay after the hangout. I really think we should say goodnight now. I'm sorry, I'm beginning to really fidget here, and I need to go to the loo, and sorry everybody.
We don't have a good night.
Patricia, do you want to say anything before we go?
What was that, sorry?
Do you want to say anything before we go? Because I just think we need to finish our live hangout now. So we've been going for 5.5 hours.
I just wanted to say it's been a great hangout. I loved everybody, all the conversation and that, and the music, and it's just been great. So I hope you all take care.
We're a family, aren't we now?
Yep.
Even Angel, he's a new member to the family. Series, you going to say anything, or are you just going to say goodnight?
Yeah, well, I can't wait what we are going to find out more, because this is a really interesting exploration. Yeah. There's so
I'm
much
not going anywhere if you want to hang out after she hangs out, or hangs up, or quits, or stops, or.
Yeah, we just say we excuse us, chat room, and anybody watching. We often say goodbye to each other off camera, because we're often talking before we come on, talk all through the hangout, and then talk out on a private bit afterwards when we say goodbye to the actual live part of it. But anyway, I'm going to say I've just seen that David Rocker's there, so say hello to him. Thank you to everybody who stayed as long as possible in the chat room, everybody that's watching, and we'll be back tomorrow 9 p.m. UK time. I think we're doing stuff about drones tomorrow. Anyway, thank you very much for watching, and see you tomorrow. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you all the wrenches.
Bye.
Bye, see you tomorrow. Hug. Sorry, group hug.
Big hugs.
Yay.
Yay. Anyway, good night, everybody.